Chapter 1434. The cultivators participating in the auction were not the only ones who were shocked. Even Chu Xin was stunned when he heard Lu Yi say that there were 100 array discs in his storage ring. He had personally experienced the wonders of array discs. If there were 100 of them, how much power could they bring to a force? 100 array discs represented 100 formations. If 5 late-stage constellation masters joined forces, it would be a piece of cake for them to fight against an ordinary Yu Yao. In other words, each array disc meant that a force could have one more Yu Yao as their battle prowess. Of course, no matter which force it was impossible to have too many late-stage constellation masters. There was a limit to the power that array discs could bring. However, this kind of power was extremely convenient and fast. It was not an exaggeration to say that no matter which force obtained these 100 array discs, their overall strength would increase by at least 30%. How terrifying was this kind of power? If there were 100 array discs, wouldn't there be 200 or 300? The representatives of the various forces participating in the auction originally thought that Fa Wuzuan would take out 3 to 5 array discs at most. If that was the case, they would definitely fight to the death. It would not be an exaggeration to say that each array disc was worth millions. However, the number of array disrupted everyone's train of thought. This caused no one to bid in the large auction venue. After a moment of silence, an old man finally spoke. "Fellow Taoist Fa Wuzuan, may I ask, how many array discs are there?" If they knew the total number of array discs, it would be easier for them to bid. If the number was small, the bidding would be fiercer. If the number was large, the bidding would be gentler. This would ensure that everyone would get benefits and not hurt each other's reputation. On the round platform, Lu Ye's eyes were slightly lowered. He did not say a word, as if he did not hear anything. He naturally knew what the old man was thinking. However, as one of the auction parties, how could he reveal his own details? Chu Xin smiled slightly. "I can't tell you the total number of array discs. However, I can give you a very accurate piece of information. The number of array discs is definitely not enough for all the forces here. Also, the starting price of the next batch of array discs will be the second highest price after the previous batch of array discs. Therefore, fellow Taoists who want array discs must hurry up. These things will become more expensive the more they are sold." The rules of the auction were set by Lu Yi. He had also informed Chu Xin of them through voice transmission. The reason he set such a rule was not because he was afraid that these forces would collude with each other. There were at least 800 forces participating in the auction, if not 1,000. It was just that this rule was more advantageous in raising the price of the array discs. Moreover, the person who made the first move would indeed have an advantage, and it would also be easier to arouse the competition among the participating cultivators. Too many array discs. Don't go back and spend a lot of money to buy the disc array, only to find out that it was different from what you saw. That would be a huge loss of face. Chu Xin immediately said, "Of course, it's not inconvenient. In the future, if there are any fellow Taoists who have doubts about array discs, you can ask to check them." With that, he released his spirit force, and hundreds of almost identical array discs appeared before him. Chu Xin didn't give the array discs to others to check. If they took them and ran, he wouldn't be able to chase them back. It was undoubtedly better to have the initiative in his own hands. He looked at the old man. "Old sir, you can choose any array disc. I'll activate its power and let everyone feel it." The old man casually chose one. Chu Xin picked up the array disc, jumped off the high platform, and entered the crowd. He slightly activated the array disc's power. In an instant, many cultivators within the range of the array disc noticed the mystery of this object. Previously, they had only observed the battle between Fa Wuzuan and others to see the mystery of the array disc. Now that they personally felt it, it was undoubtedly more vivid. They were even more certain that this array disc was a rare treasure. Chu Shen returned to the round platform, raised the ring on his hand, and said, 100 array discs, no reserve price. Fellow Taoists who want one can bid now. As soon as he finished speaking, a cultivator shouted, 200,000! 200,000 for 100. One array disc was only 2,000 spirit jades. This was a far cry from the price they had originally expected in their hearts. Chu Shen immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the voice and smiled. This handsome fellow Taoist bids 200,000, 220,000, 250,000, 280,000. Several voices rang out from different corners. In just a few breaths of time, the price broke 400,000. After a while, it reached 500,000. Lu Ye's drooping eyes opened slightly. He realized that the benefits this array disc could bring him might be greater than he had imagined. He had originally estimated that it would be good if each formation plate could bring him 5,000 spirit jades. Now, this was only the first batch, and he had already reached his goal. In the future, it would only get higher and higher. Of course, even if it was higher, it would not be by much. Cultivators all had a scale in their hearts. They might not be able to truly string everything together, but they were all experienced businessmen. Whatever the value of something, they would have a standard in their hearts. Thus, they would not mindlessly bid. The one who shouted 500,000 was none other than a manager of the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce. He hadn't spoken before, but after he spoke, the other voices quieted down. Obviously, he intended to give face to the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce. After all, no matter which galaxy the Chamber of Commerce was from, they all made a living in the Vientiane Sea. There was no benefit in offending the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce. Is there anyone higher than 500,000? Chu Shen asked with a smile. He asked twice, but still no one responded. Since there's no one else, I'll bid 600,000. He obviously hadn't forgotten that he had promised Lu Yi to help him raise the price. The group of cultivators participating in the auction was dumbfounded. They had never heard of the auctioneer participating in the auction. It was as if someone was both a contestant and a referee in an arena battle. Chu Shen said matter-of-factly, I'm here on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce. Is there a problem? The manager of the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce also had a headache. He never expected that he would be stabbed in the back by one of his own people just as he was about to win. However, he had also heard of Chu Shen. He knew that Chu Shen had been spoiled by Juyan. It was understandable for him to be willful at this time. Moreover, for a colossus like the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce, there was almost no difference between 500,000 and 600,000. As long as he could get the 100 array discs, his mission would be completed. He saw that Chu Shen was helping to raise the price, so he said, 600,001. Chu Shen immediately looked at him with a grin. He didn't wait any longer and said decisively, sold. Congratulations to fellow Taoist from the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce for winning the first batch of 100 array discs. Such divine objects only cost 6,000 spirit jades on average. Fellow Taoist, you've made a big profit. The manager of the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce stepped forward and took the storage ring from Chu Shen's hand without saying anything. He handed over the sufficient amount of spirit jades and immediately left the hall. He had to quickly send the array discs back to the Vientiane Sea and hand them over to experts to decipher and study them. The sooner this thing was deciphered, the sooner it could be mass-produced. 600,000 spirit jades was only the initial cost. As long as they could decipher the array discs, the profits it would bring to the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce in the future would be thousands of times greater. In the main hall, the cultivators who participated in the auction also calculated in their hearts according to Chu Shen's words. An array disc was only a few thousand spirit jades on average, which was really cheap. It should be known that almost everyone had at least collected hundreds of thousands of spirit jades, and there were many who had collected millions of spirit jades. Originally, they only planned to buy one array disc, but now they could buy 100 of them. At this time, Chu Xin had already taken the second storage ring from Lu Yi and handed the spirit jades to Lu Yi. He returned to his previous position and raised the storage ring, saying, "The second batch of 100 array disc starts at 600,000 spirit jades." As soon as he finished speaking, someone followed suit. In a very short time, the price climbed to 700,000 and was approaching 800,000 spirit jades. At this moment, Lu Yi was holding the storage ring full of spirit jades in his hand. He looked a little absent-minded. When he first came to the Vientiane Sea, he worked hard for half a year on the fishing island and only earned 300,000 spirit jades. Now he had 600,000 spirit jades, and this was only the beginning. Lu Yi finally understood what it meant to get rich overnight. Sure enough, no one could get rich without a windfall. Suddenly, he raised his head and glanced at the cultivator who made the bid. He said, "There's no need to auction the insect tribe. I'm not selling you the array discs." The bidding stopped abruptly. The insect tribe cultivator was stunned and then flew into a rage. "Why don't you sell them to me? It's not like I can't afford the spirit jades." Lu Yi did not speak and only stared at him coldly. Although he wanted to use the array discs to make a fortune, he did not care who won them. However, the insect tribe was absolutely out of the question. He did not have a good impression of this race. The insect tribe cultivator was even more furious. "I'll bid 1,200,000 spirit jades." He suddenly raised the price of the spirit jades by a few 100,000, and this was probably the highest price he could afford. The main reason was that he did not have enough time. Lu Yi had only given him 3 days. Otherwise, he would have been able to collect even more spirit jades. As soon as he said this, many cultivators became nervous, afraid that Lu Yi would agree. If he did, there would be one less array disc to bid for. Fortunately, Lu Yi was unmoved. "If I say I'm not selling, then I'm not selling. There's still the blood tribe." He turned to look in another direction. "You don't have to bid anymore." He then looked in a third direction. "And you?" The cultivators in this direction were not blood tribe or insect tribe cultivators, but proper human cultivators. However, this guy had secretly planted some kind of trick on Lu Yi, and it was neutralized by the talent tree. Fortunately, he had the talent tree. Otherwise, Lu Yi would not even know how his whereabouts were exposed in the future. When that time came, he would definitely be in a bad situation. End of chapter. Chapter 1435. If someone wanted to harm him, Lu Yi naturally wouldn't be polite. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't fight in the Constellation Palace, he would have drawn his sword. The human cultivator wanted to be stubborn, but under Lu Ye's cold gaze, he admitted that he was in the wrong. He had done some things in secret without being discovered. But now that he had been discovered, it was no wonder that F.A. Wuzuan didn't sell him the formation disc. Yu Rant's expression darkened. He snorted coldly and disappeared. Many people looked thoughtful. Although they didn't know why Lu Yi would target a human cultivator after targeting the insectoids and vampires, they could roughly guess that the human cultivator had done something in secret that F.A. Wuzuan had noticed. After the human cultivator left, the insectoids and vampires also left. However, they all left behind some harsh words, warning F.A. Wuzuan to be careful in the future. Lu Yi treated their words as farts. At the auction, cheers came out, especially those who were watching the show. They cheered the loudest. Originally, they didn't have any special impression of F.A. Wuzuan. They only knew that he was powerful. Now that he had earned a lot of money with a special formation disc, they couldn't help but be envious. However, after Lu Yi drove away the vampires and insectoids, many people had a good impression of F.A. Wuzuan. It was really because the insectoids and vampires had bad reputations in the universe. They had conflicts with many other races, But these two races were birds of a feather and colluded with each other. Their overall strength was impressive, so no one could do anything to them. In this situation, Fa Wuzuin didn't compromise with these two races because of temporary benefits, which naturally caused some people to resonate with him. The auction continued. The final price of the second formation disc was set at 800,000 spirit jades, which was 200,000 spirit jades more than the first. This was normal. For the first formation disc, everyone gave face to the myriad elephant chamber of commerce and didn't raise the price. However, for the second formation disc, it didn't matter who they gave face to. Of course, no one would keep increasing the price because everyone knew that there would be more array discs later. The only thing that made them uncomfortable was that they didn't know how many array discs there were. Chu Xin had already started the auction for the third set. It was still 100 array discs, and the bidding was clearly less intense than before. After all, the price of 800,000 was already enough to make most of the managers of the Chamber of Commerce feel powerless. The managers of the Chamber of Commerce, who had the ability to bid, all adhered to a principle, and that was to try their best not to raise the price too high, lest the subsequent bids become even higher. Therefore, starting from the third disc array, the price was usually only increased 2 or 3 times before the dust settled. At this time, it all depended on who could bid faster. With the same price, whoever was faster would have the highest chance of winning. 10 portions, 20 portions, 30 portions, 50 portions array disc seemed to come out endlessly from Lu Ye's side. The smile on Chu Shen's face had already turned stiff. But no matter how many array discs were taken out, there would never be an awkward silence. Because there were too many forces participating in the auction this time, if it were an individual, they would have to think twice before taking out hundreds of thousands of spirit jades. However, for a chamber of commerce that had the backing of an entire galaxy, hundreds of thousands of spirit jades wasn't a small amount, but it was nothing. However, as the number of array discs increased, the managers of the Chamber of Commerce became less competitive. Therefore, overall, the price of the array discs didn't increase much. There were even a few times when the price of the array discs was slightly lower than the previous one. Chu Shen had been doing his job seriously. Other than shouting out bids, he generally didn't say much, allowing the managers of the Chamber of Commerce to compete among themselves. However, at this moment, he revealed a smile and said slowly, "Well, I'll let everyone know that only 100 array discs have been prepared for this auction. Now, this is the 91st set, so if you still want array discs, you'll have to work harder." As soon as he said this, many managers of the Chamber of Commerce who hadn't won yet immediately became serious. Previously, the array discs had been taken out continuously from Fa Wuzuin's side, which easily gave people the illusion that there was everything here. Only now did they suddenly remember what Chu Xin said at the beginning. The total number of array discs this time was definitely not enough to be divided among the forces present. There were only 10 sets left. For a moment, many people were annoyed that they didn't insist on bidding a higher price. Previously, there were several auctions where the other party had only bid the starting price. Now that Chu Xin had revealed the remaining amount, it was obvious that he was creating pressure for them to start bidding. Although they knew the situation, they had to do this. Chu Xin wasn't a good person, and Fa Wuzuin wasn't a good person either. This was undoubtedly a grasp of human nature. As expected, the auction of the 91st array disc was much more fierce than before. The 91st array disc was sold for about 1 million spirit jades. According to the previous pattern, even if the price of this array disc was higher, it wouldn't be much higher. It might only be a few thousand spirit jades higher. However, this time it quickly climbed to 3 million spirit jades. Chu Xin was grinning from ear to ear. Although these spirit jades would not enter his pocket, in the future, he had presided over an extremely successful auction that could even be recorded in the annals of history. This kind of feeling of participation was extremely hard to come by. Suddenly, he looked at a cultivator who bid and said, "Fellow Taoist, please calm down. Don't bid recklessly. If I remember correctly, fellow Taoist only brought 750,000 spirit jades. Chu Xin had checked the assets of every cultivator who participated in the auction before. He had a good memory and naturally remembered how much capital each person had. The cultivator, he pointed out, said, "Fellow Taoist Chu, don't worry. Since I bid this price, I naturally can afford the spirit jades." Chu Shen pondered for a moment and realized what was going on. This cultivator indeed only brought 750,000 spirit jades, but he could join forces with others. After all, each array disc was worth 100 spirit jades. When the time came, they would just have to agree on the ratio and divide the spirit jades after the array discs were sold. He nodded slightly. "It's my fault. Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. Everyone, please continue." The final price of the 91st array disc was less than 1, for million spirit jades. The auction of the 92nd array disc began quickly. There were still people bidding one after another. The 93rd array disc until the 100th array disc. After the last array disc was handed over, Lu Yi took the spirit jades and left decisively. Chu Xin stayed behind to say a few words and quickly disappeared. The cultivators who were watching the show dispersed. Some people silently counted the number of spirit jades Fa Wuzuan had obtained this time and were fascinated for a moment. This was what it meant to amass wealth. Even the myriad elephant commerce definitely didn't have the ability to amass such a large amount of wealth in such a short time. With such a large amount of spirit jades in hand, Fa Wuzuan wouldn't have to worry about his future cultivation. He wouldn't be able to spend it all even if he had more than 10 lifetimes. It was really enviable. Lu Yi sat in a corner in one of the halls beginning with the number 4,000, quietly waiting for someone to arrive. Not long after, Chu Shen walked over. The reason why he came here was naturally because Lu Yi had sent him a message. Looking at Lu Ye's current appearance, he couldn't help but laugh because SPHYNX Alpha was actually wearing a hooded windbreaker. The hood covered his head and was slightly lowered. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to see his appearance clearly. Chu Shen naturally knew why SPHYNX Alpha was like this. It was true that people were afraid of fame and pigs were afraid of being fat. Fa Wuzuan first shone in the chaotic assembly and now amassed such a large amount of wealth. There was probably no cultivator in Constellation Hall who didn't know about him. This way, he could slightly hide his whereabouts and reduce some trouble. "Big brother." Chu Shen greeted warmly and sat down cross-legged in front of Lu Yi. He chuckled and said, "Little brother, how was my hosting?" Although it was his first time and it was inevitable that he was a little inexperienced, overall he didn't make any mistakes. Moreover, he was completely in control of the auction's rhythm. He couldn't help but feel proud that he didn't do anything wrong. "Very good." Lu Yi nodded slightly and took out a storage ring and handed it over. Chu Shen looked at it and didn't take it. "Big brother, what are you doing?" "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Yi raised the ring and gestured. "It's not much. Take it. It's just a token of my appreciation." Chu Shen thought for a moment and reached out to take it with a smile. He said, "Since Big Brother is giving it to me, I won't refuse. Big Brother, if you need anything in the future, feel free to call me. I'll be there immediately." Lu Yi nodded slightly. He had to admit that Chu Shen had helped him a lot this time. Moreover, Chu Shen's identity was special. If it was inconvenient for him to appear in the future, it would be good to ask him for help. Chu Shen left and went to another hall. Only then did he check the number of spirit jades in the storage ring. With one look, he was secretly speechless. SPHYNX Alpha's so-called token of appreciation was a full 500,000 spirit jades. Of course, this amount of spirit jades was nothing compared to SPHYNX Alpha's harvest this time. However, 500,000 spirit jades was a fortune that ordinary cultivators would find difficult to amass in their lifetime. Even if he was the young master of the carbell industry and didn't lack for expenses, he had never possessed so many spirit jades before. He secretly praised SBHYNX Alpha's generosity and was in a good mood. At the same time, Lu Yi, who was hidden by the array formation, was examining the pile of storage rings in front of him. He was rich. This time he was really rich. There were at least 600,000 spirit jades in each of the storage rings, and the total amount was about 110 million spirit jades. This was more than double of what he had expected to earn. Therefore, giving Chu Xin 500,000 spirit jades as a token of appreciation was nothing. Chu Xin had spent so much effort to set up the auction and even personally helped him auction the items. He didn't mention anything about remuneration. However, Lu Yi couldn't ignore it. Moreover, when the first array disc was auctioned, Chu Xin had helped raise the price by 100,000 spirit jades. Don't underestimate this mere 100,000. Because of the rules of the auction, the first array disc being raised by 100,000 meant that every subsequent array disc would be raised by 100,000. Of course, the truth might not be so exaggerated. However, Chu Shen's bid had earned Lu Yi at least 10 to 20 million spirit jades. End of chapter. Chapter 1436. After selling 100 disc arrays, he collected 100 storage rings. It was naturally inconvenient for Lu Yi to carry so many storage rings around, so he could only deal with them first. First, he put some of the spirit jades in the storage rings into the storage space on the back of his hand, but he couldn't put too many of them, and he had to leave some space for backup. After a while, Lu Yi looked at the dozen or so storage rings in front of him and felt troubled. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be worried about having too much wealth. This was really a happy worry. Cultivators generally didn't carry too many storage rings when they were outside. For example, he only had 3, and they were all worn on his left hand because it was inconvenient to use his right hand to hold a saber to kill enemies. Some cultivators carried a bit more, but not too much. Lu Yi couldn't help but have a headache about how to deal with these storage rings filled with spirit jades. He couldn't wear all of them on his hand. That would be inappropriate, and he couldn't wear all of them on his 10 fingers. After thinking for a while, he rummaged through one of his storage rings and found a thin rope. It was a spirit treasure, and Lu Yi didn't know its specific effects. In any case, it was a spoil of war that he didn't know where he got it from. With the help of this thin rope, he strung all the storage rings together and hung them around his neck. After feeling it for a while, he felt a little uncomfortable. He kept feeling that there was something on his chest, so he took it off and tied it around his waist. Only then did he feel much more comfortable. After thinking for a while, he dispersed the 1,000-faced spirit pattern that he had been maintaining and returned to his original appearance. Lu Yi planned to go to the 88th hall again. With so many spirit jades on hand, he had to spend some of them. He planned to find some fire tribute treasures for his talent tree to devour. In this way, after the Constellation Hall closed, he could return to the Wanxiang Sea to cultivate without restraint and strive to advance to the late stage of the Constellation Hall as soon as possible. Although he had long known that the Constellation Realm was the starting point to enter the starry sky, to be honest, he didn't feel much before, until he came to the Wanxiang Galaxy. In the starry sky, there were too many Constellation Realm cultivators. For cultivators like Lu Yi, who came from a remote domain and had no backing, the strength of a mere Constellation Realm cultivator was not enough. Although he could maneuver around the Constellation Palace and sweep everything before him, that was because his opponents were also Constellation Realm cultivators. However, traveling through the starry skies wasn't just about encountering constellations. There was also Yu Yao and Ri Zhao. If one really encountered the unreasonable Yu Yao and Ri Zhao, they might not even know how they died. He couldn't always count on the red talisman, and he only had one red talisman left. The higher one's cultivation, the greater one's thirst for power. Only by reaching the Moon Jade realm as soon as possible would one have the ability to protect themselves in this vast world. He had a unique advantage in terms of cultivation as long as he was willing to spend. Moreover, as long as he had enough fuel for his talent tree, the Wanxiang was undoubtedly the best place to cultivate. Returning to the 88th hall, Lu Yi felt relaxed. Without Fa Wuzuan's face, he naturally wouldn't be targeted by others. The auction had ended, but the number of people here had not decreased by much. The cultivators coming and going were all talking about the grand occasion of the auction, all of them exclaiming that it had been an eye-opener. Lu Yi walked past one stall after another. Whenever there was a fire attribute treasure that could be devoured by the innate tree, he would purchase it. Although the prices of the goods here had returned to their original level and were slightly more expensive than the 10,000 elephant sea, Lu Yi was now filthy rich. So why would he care about such a small loss? Moreover, there were too many merchants and stalls here. It was undoubtedly much more convenient to search for fire-type treasures here than in the Wanxiang Island's scattered markets. He shopped for 3 days and visited all the stalls. He spent nearly 10 million spiritual jades and obtained a large pile of fire-type treasures. He wasn't in a hurry to refine and devour them because the talent tree's fuel reserves were still abundant and didn't need to be replenished. Lu Yi naturally didn't want to waste time on this matter. However, he soon discovered an awkward problem. Originally, he came here to buy things with the intention of spending some spiritual jades to reduce the number of storage rings he had. In the end, he spent the spiritual jades, but the number of storage rings seemed to have increased. Things didn't go as planned. Lu Yi didn't linger here any longer. He went to another large hall and looked up at the contribution ranking. Before the battle royale, his ranking on the contribution ranking was below 300. However, after the battle royale, he fought his way back to the top 10 and was now ranked 8th. It could be said that the battle royale didn't only give him a huge amount of mystic light, but also an incomparably abundant amount of contribution points. However, after 3 days of delay, his ranking had dropped to below 70. It had been 2 months since the Constellation Hall opened. According to the various information he had obtained, there was still 1 or 2 months before the Constellation Hall closed. When the last half a month's time limit arrived, the journey of ordinary cultivators in the Constellation Hall would end. At that time, they would naturally return to where they came from. Only cultivators who had left their names on the contribution ranking would have to participate in the last half a month's battles. This was the final battle to determine the ranking. During this half a month's time, the lower-ranked cultivators on the contribution ranking could challenge the higher-ranked cultivators. If they won, they wouldn't directly replace their opponent's ranking. Instead, based on their performance in the battle, the winner would obtain a certain amount of contribution points from the loser. In this way, the stronger one was, the more contribution points they could obtain. Therefore, Lu Yi didn't pay much attention to the contribution ranking because he only needed to ensure that he was on the contribution ranking. When the ranking battle began, he could continuously challenge the cultivators in front of him until his contribution points reached first place. In this regard, he still had some confidence. What he needed to be vigilant against were nothing more than some strange treasures with strange effects. However, the ranking battle had yet to begin. Since he had nothing to do, he could continue to participate in the competition in the Constellation Hall. Not to mention anything else, the profound light reward obtained after each victory was not fake. It was an extremely pure starry sky energy that any cultivator could absorb at will. Just as Lu Yi was about to participate in the ranking battle through a door, a sound suddenly vibrated. Chu Xin sent a message. "Big brother, the ghost cultivator who has been following you in the chaotic assembly is looking for you." Chu Xin was undoubtedly talking about this ghost cultivator. Towards this woman, Lu Yi didn't have any temper. Previously, during the chaotic assembly, she had robbed him of a lot of his gains, and in the end he had been deceived by her. However, he had to admit that this woman was quite capable, and her current contribution ranking was quite good. "What is it?" Lu Yi asked. Ghost and Fa Wuzuan had not interacted before the chaotic assembly, but she was acquainted with Li Taibai, so they could be considered to have a bit of friendship. Lu Yi didn't know why she was looking for him. She said, She has a business deal to do with you. If Big Brother isn't interested, I'll reply to her. Ghost undoubtedly wanted to contact Lu Yi directly, but unfortunately, she couldn't find his whereabouts. She happened to meet Chu Xin, so she asked him to pass on a message. Lu Yi had just received more than 100 million spirit jades, and he had spent 10 million spirit jades with a wave of his hand. He was truly extravagant. How could he be in the mood to do business with Ghost? In his impression, this woman was a poor bitch. Of course, that might not be the case now. During the chaotic assembly, she had obtained a lot of spoils of war. However, after pondering for a moment, Lu Yi found that Ghost really did have something he was interested in. Location. Chu Xin reported a number. When Lu Yi arrived, he found that not only were Chu Xin and Ghost standing there, but there was also an acquaintance. Puku. Speaking of which, Lu Yi felt that he had always underestimated Puku because this person always gave him the feeling that he was a bit cynical. Apart from being interested in fishing and beautiful female cultivators, the rest was drinking. He also didn't seem to have seen him cultivate. He didn't seem to want to make progress. However, in fact, Ghost wasn't the only one who had left her name on the list. Puku's name was also on the list, and his ranking was even higher than Ghost's. Lu Yi vaguely felt that Puku was probably from a big force, so he didn't have to worry about food and clothing. This was interesting. The two guys who had left their names on the list had gathered together and came looking for him. He didn't know what they wanted to do. Big Brother. Seeing Lu Yi arrive, Chu Xin hurriedly greeted him. Lu Yi was wearing Fa Wuzuan's face at this moment. He stepped forward and stared coldly at Ghost. Then he took out an item and threw it at her. It was the trash, or that Ghost had stolen before. Ghost caught it and smiled. Thank you for the reward, fellow Taoist. With a shameless look on her face, she happily put the trash or into her storage ring. To her, even if this, or could only be sold for a few pieces of spirit jade, it was still a good thing. Chu Xin saw that the atmosphere was not right and quickly ran away. You guys chat. I'll take my leave first. He disappeared in an instant. What's the matter? Lu Yi asked. Ghost's eyebrows relaxed, and she looked a bit serious. Something good. Lu Yi turned around and left. Ghost hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed his sleeve. Don't go, there really is something good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked someone to call you over. Lu Yi stopped and frowned. You and I are neither relatives nor friends, and we've never interacted before. We just met a few times at the chaotic assembly. If there really is something good, why did you call me over? Ghost said, Of course it's because of fellow Taoist strength. Fellow Taoist, you slaughtered everyone in the chaotic assembly. I was very impressed. If fellow Taoist hadn't brought 4 beautiful women with him, I might have asked fellow Taoist to take them in. If you say another word of nonsense, I'll leave. Lu Yi was a bit impatient. If Puku wasn't here, and there were some things that he wanted to observe from Ghost, he really didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. She was such a poor ghost, and she was also a ghost cultivator. It wouldn't be good to get involved with her. Seeing Lu Ye's serious expression, Ghost finally spoke the truth. All right, the main thing is that I want to borrow the power of fellow Taoist's formation plate. The twin Qi and branch formation plate was too useful. Fa Wuzuan had led the 4 constellations to slaughter everyone in the chaotic assembly. If the 3 of them who had left their names on the ranking list joined forces, they would definitely be stronger. Ghost had some things that she needed to do with the formation plate's power. End of chapter. Chapter 1437. Right now, the twin Qi connected array disk was extremely famous. However, all the array disks that appeared in the auction were snatched away by the various major factions. They were all used to research and try to decipher them. Ghost did not have a way to get her hands on one. Hence, after much consideration, she could only start with Fa Wuzuan. However, she was not sure if she could get this god of fortune to help her. She did not know what to pay. After meeting Chu Shen by chance, she decided to make a last-ditch effort. She did not expect Fa Wuzuan to actually give her face. She immediately understood that this matter would most likely succeed. However, she did not know what conditions Fa Wuzuan would raise. Hearing that she wanted to borrow the array disk's power, Lu Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. There was a lot of information in his words. One had to know that the 3 people present were all famous on the rankings. In terms of individual strength, they were all top-notch in the constellation realm. If they really borrowed the array disk's power, they might even be able to put up a fight against Yu Yao. What could possibly happen to Ghost that required the 3 of them to work together? Lu Yi immediately thought of a possibility. You have an exclusive scene? Pu Ku, who was drinking quietly at the side, looked at Lu Yi in surprise. He seemed to be surprised by his quick thinking. Ghost had only mentioned the twin Qi-connected array disk, but Fa Wuzuan had already guessed it. Such thinking speed was really impressive. Ghost was also stunned. However, since Lu Yi pointed it out, she did not hide it. That's right. Realization dawned on Lu Yi. No wonder this woman wanted to borrow the array disk's power. If it was an exclusive scene, then it was understandable. The so-called exclusive scene was actually a type of scene in the Constellation Palace. However, it was different from other scenes. When cultivators entered the exclusive scene, they basically did not need to fight with the other constellations. This was because, under normal circumstances, other cultivators could not enter a cultivator's exclusive scene. This was also the origin of the word exclusive. In such a scene, sometimes one did not even need to make a move. One only needed to think of a way to solve the various problems. Of course, there were also times when one needed to make a move. Ghost had undoubtedly encountered a situation where she needed to make a move. Moreover, the enemy was definitely very powerful. She could not deal with it alone, so she wanted to seek help. This was also the special feature of exclusive scenes. In other scenes, as long as a cultivator exited, the battle would be over. However, exclusive scenes were different. Even if a cultivator exited, they could enter again. Of course, there was a limit to the number of times they could enter and exit. Perhaps exclusive scenes even had a time limit. After participating in the Constellation Hall contest for so long, Lu Yi had long heard of the exclusive scenarios. However, the chances of encountering such scenarios were extremely low. Usually it was 1 in 10,000. He had never encountered one before. He never expected Spectre to encounter one. This woman's luck was really good. According to what Lu Yi knew, it was very easy to find valuable treasures in exclusive scenarios. Often, an exclusive scenario was a treasure hunt. How strong is the enemy? Lu Yi asked. Every time Yu Ling uttered the words Yu Yao, he would immediately turn around and leave. Although the 3 of them might actually be able to put up a fight against an ordinary Yu Yao if they worked together using the twin Qi connected branch formation disk, the nature of Yu Yao's power was completely different from Xing Su's. No matter how weak Yu Yao was, she was still Yu Yao. Yu Ling did have some things that piqued his interest, but that was it. He wouldn't take the risk for something so trivial. Late-stage Constellation Hall. Spectre opened her mouth and added, very, very strong. Of course, the main thing is that they restrain me a little. Otherwise, I should be able to take them down myself. Tell me in detail. Spectre's expression brightened. She began to tell him about her exclusive scenario. Puka should have known about it long ago. At this moment, he only told Lu Yi. Lu Yi listened quietly. He felt that Spectre wouldn't lie to him about this kind of thing, because if she lied in the slightest, Lu Yi could immediately retreat when he entered and realized that something was wrong. If she wanted Lu Yi to help her, she had to tell him the truth. To Spectre, the more detailed Fa Wuzuan was, the higher the chances of success. She was originally a little worried that Fa Wuzuan wouldn't be willing to work with her. However, Fa Wuzuan's obvious interest made her feel a little nervous. During the chaotic assembly, she had snatched many of Fa Wuzuan's heads. She couldn't help but wonder if this guy wanted to take revenge on her. If that was the case, then she would be in a passive position. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was amiss. After saying that, she said, "Fellow Taoist, if you are unwilling, I can buy a twin Qi connected branch formation disc from you." When the time came, she could find someone else to work with. She didn't have to rely on Fa Wuzuin. 100,000. Lu Yi looked at her indifferently. What? Spectre blinked her big eyes. She looked like she didn't hear clearly. Formation disc, 100,000 spiritual jades. No bargaining. Why don't you just rob me? Spectre was furious. She was a good person, but she didn't want to talk about money. She was sensitive when it came to money. She said angrily, "I've been to auctions. On average, a formation disc is only 10,000 spiritual jades. You want 100,000. Do you have any conscience? Can the wholesale price be the same as the retail price?" Lu Yi asked. Spectre opened her mouth. She suddenly felt that Fa Wuzuin's words made sense. She was still annoyed. "But it can't be as expensive as 100,000. I agree." Lu Yi suddenly said, "Hey, did you hear me?" Spectre roared. She was about to explode. Fa Wuzuin seemed a little abnormal. "But I have a request." Spectre felt very tired. She was sure that Fa Wuzuin was here to take revenge on her, but she had planned to work with Fa Wuzuin from the beginning. Now that he had agreed, why couldn't she be happy? She said angrily, "What request?" She felt a little more at ease. If Fa Wuzuin had agreed without asking anything, it would be too abnormal. Now that he had a request, it was normal. Lu Yi stared straight into her eyes and said calmly, "I want to take a look at the ghostly patterns on your body. The part about concealment." In Lu Ye's plan, he had to deduce all the spiritual patterns he had. He was busy with the Constellation Palace competition and didn't have the time. He could do this when he cultivated in the future. The next thing he needed to deduce was concealment. Now that he wasn't strong enough, he could make up for it with concealment. If he encountered a strong enemy he couldn't beat, he could hide. In this aspect, Spectre was undoubtedly the best. In the chaotic assembly, Lu Yi had searched for her many times, but to no avail. This guy was really like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. If he could take a look at the ghostly patterns on her body, it would be of great help to his own deduction. As soon as he said this, Pu Ku, who was drinking silently, tilted his head and spat out all the wine in his mouth. He then turned his head and stared at Lu Yi in shock. Spectre's eyes also curved. She looked like she was smiling, but in fact her eyes were overflowing with cold light and contained infinite murderous intent. Lu Yi looked at her calmly. The murderous intent in Spectre's eyes grew thicker and thicker, as if she wanted to kill Lu Yi here. If this wasn't the Constellation Palace, she might have really attacked. But this was the Constellation Palace. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't. As their eyes met, the atmosphere was quiet and dignified. Pu Ka moved slightly to the side. After a long while, Ghost exhaled and said slowly, "Fellow Taoist, do you know what this condition of yours means?" "I know." Lu Yi nodded. He wasn't completely ignorant of the ghost race. How could he not know that his request was a bit unreasonable? However, if Spectre wanted to borrow the power of him and the ray plate, she naturally had to pay a price. "You know." "That's good, he." Spectre smiled and looked up and down, scrutinizing Lu Yi from head to toe as if she wanted to get to know him again. She nodded slightly and looked at Pu Ku. "Let's go." If Fa Wuzuin had asked for other conditions, it would have been fine, but how could she agree to something like looking at the ghostly patterns on her body? This was simply a provocation to her, a humiliation. She secretly swore to teach Fa Wuzuin a lesson after leaving the Constellation Palace. She would let him know the tragic consequences of offending a top ghost cultivator. 30,000. Lu Yi lowered his head and rubbed the storage ring on his hand. Ghost, who had turned halfway, suddenly paused. Her ears twitched slightly as she looked at Lu Yi coldly. What? I'll pay you 30,000 spirit jades. Lu Yi looked up at her. Spectre was furious. What do you take me for? I, Spectre, may be poor, but I have a backbone. How can a mere 30,000 spirit jades move me? 50,000! Lu Yi raised the price without changing his expression. Huh. Spectre snorted, and her surging murderous aura diminished by more than half. 80,000! Spectre's murderous aura was like a bucket of cold water poured on a bonfire. It was so faint that it was almost undetectable. She frowned. 100,000. Lu Yi was still rubbing the storage ring on his finger. Spectre's expression became complicated, and the look in her eyes changed. She was in a dilemma. She knew that she could not agree to F.A. Wuzuan's rude and unruly conditions. If she did, she could forget about raising her head in front of F.A. Wuzuan in the future. So no matter what, she absolutely could not. She could not agree, but he was offering so much. Suddenly, she remembered that F.A. Wuzuan had a net worth of hundreds of millions of spirit jades. A mere 100,000 was nothing to him. Her expression became stubborn. So what if you have money? If you have the ability, pay me 200,000 and I'll call you father. Lu Yi looked at her indifferently and said softly, 300,000! Father, Spectre blurted out. How humiliating! How shameful! However, she never thought that there would be a day when she would be hit by someone with spirit jades. This feeling was really complicated. Gulp, 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 gulp. Spectre's murderous aura had long disappeared. She looked at Lu Yi with a smile. Wenzi has a lot of gold. I'm willing to become a bosom friend. In the future, if you need anything, just call me. I, Spectre, will not hesitate. Lu Yi nodded and handed her 100,000 spirit jades. This is the down payment. I'll give you the rest after this. No problem. Spectre agreed readily. She kept the 100,000 spirit jades as if she had received a treasure. She was in a good mood. End of chapter. Chapter 1438. Ghost suddenly realized that things had become a little strange. She had come to ask F.A. Wuzuan for help, and she was already mentally prepared for him to reject her or make some unreasonable request. But now, F.A. Wuzuan had indeed made a rude request, but he still had to pay her 300,000 spirit jades. This matter was quite unpredictable. She gritted her teeth. It wasn't like she would lose a piece of meat. What was the big deal? Although the ghost tattoo was secretive, it wasn't a secret. Many races had studied the ghost tattoo. If F.A. Wuzuan had a way, he could have used other channels to study the ghost tattoo. After sorting out her thoughts, Ghost looked at Lu Yi. If there's anything you need to prepare, go ahead. We can wait for you here. Lu Yi shook his head. He had nothing to prepare. Then let's begin. Ghost took out an item as she spoke. Lu Yi looked at it and saw that it looked like a leg bone, but it was as white as jade. He couldn't tell if it was made of bone or jade. This thing should be a passageway to the exclusive scene. Exclusive scenes couldn't be entered directly. You had to obtain a passageway from another scene and use that passageway's power to enter. For example, in the Battle Royale, if a passageway to an exclusive scene appeared on the battlefield and was obtained by a cultivator, he could use that passageway to enter the corresponding exclusive scene. Another example was the battlefield where Lu Yi first met Chu Xin. There might have been a passageway to an exclusive scene, but no one searched carefully. Even if there really was one, it was missed. The ghost held the pure white jade bone and poured her spiritual energy into it. In an instant, a layer of pure white halo spread out and turned into a door. You two go first. Ghost said. Pooh didn't say a word and rushed in first, followed by Lu Yi. After the two of them entered the door, Ghost stepped into the door. When she disappeared, the door disappeared as well. In the narrow passage, Lu Yi saw Pooh not far away when he appeared. He had a 3-meter-long fishing rod in his hand and was in a vigilant position. Lu Yi couldn't help but glance at the fishing rod. The corners of his eyes twitched. It was his first time seeing such a spirit treasure. But then again, although he had known Pu-Ku for quite some time, he had never fought side by side with him. They turned to look at their surroundings. It was similar to what Ghost had said. This should be an ancient tomb. It was not damp inside, and the tomb passage was like a maze, leading in all directions. The place where the three of them appeared was a rather spacious tomb passage. The light wasn't dim, because as far as the eye could see, there were balls of willow, the wisps floating around, emitting a faint light. A ball of willow, the wisp floated in front of Lu Yi. He reached out to touch it, but to his surprise, the wisp floated away like a frightened rabbit. Lu Ye's movements were extremely fast, and he immediately grabbed the ghost fire in his hand. It wasn't warm at all. Instead, it was cold to the touch. A layer of frost immediately spread out from the center of his palm. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. The wisp looked inconspicuous, but its power was actually very strange. He had to be careful not to be contaminated by it, or else it would be troublesome. Spectre had already explained this before. Lu Yi was now experiencing it for himself and found that it was no different from what Spectre had said. Spectre had already entered and appeared not far away from him. Lu Yi turned to look at her. "Let's begin." Naturally, he was referring to the matter of observing Spectre's ghost tattoo. Previously, there were many people coming and going in the main hall, which was extremely inconvenient. Now that there were only the three of them here, there was naturally no problem. Moreover, Lu Yi didn't trust Spectre very much. He had already paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan, so he had to settle the matter of the ghost tattoo before this was over. Otherwise, Spectre might not recognize him after they left this place. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Spectre snapped. "Either we start now, or I quit right now." Lu Yi insisted. "How troublesome." Spectre pursed her lips and looked up at Pu-Ku. Pu-Ku was very self-aware. "I'll go ahead and scout the way." As he spoke, he walked forward, turned a corner, and disappeared. With only the two of them left, Spectre's expression became awkward, as if ants were crawling all over her body. She looked at Lu Yi and said, "Let's make this clear first. Remember to pay after you're done." "Cut the crap. Also, I'll only give you 5 breaths, no more." 20 breaths. Lu Yi stared at her. 10 breaths, no more than that. After a round of verbal sparring, they finally settled on 15 breaths. Spectre slowly turned around and through the back of Lu Ye's head. She took a few steps forward, stood still, cocked her head, and warned Lu Yi, "Stand there and don't move." "Okay," Lu Yi replied. Spectre turned her head back and took a deep breath, as if she was making an extremely difficult decision. Lu Yi waited quietly. At this point, he didn't want to rush her. No matter how shameless she was still a woman. After a long while, Spectre seemed to have made up her mind, and her hands suddenly moved. In the next instant, a back as smooth as jade appeared in Lu Ye's vision. He was stunned. Spectre's forearms and calves were covered in ghost tattoo, so he thought that it was all over her body. He didn't expect that to be the case. However, as Spectre urged her strength, pitch-black patterns suddenly appeared on her back, crisscrossing and looking incomparably mysterious. At first glance, there were traces of concealment spiritual tattoos mixed in, but these patterns were undoubtedly many times more complicated than simple concealment spiritual tattoos. This was the ghost tattoo of the Ghost Clan, and what Spectre had shown was undoubtedly the concealment part. After all, this was what Lu Yi had asked for. Although ghost tattoo was something that the Ghost Clan was born with, each ghost tattoo was different. It had innate factors, but also traces of cultivation. In Lu Ye's view, Spectre's ability was among the top of the Ghost Clan among those of the same cultivation level. This could be seen from her ranking on the accumulated tokens list. Therefore, the concealment method she cultivated must be unique. With Spectre's activation of the concealment ghost tattoo, her entire body became incorporeal. If she hadn't deliberately let Lu Yi see those ghost tattoo, even these ghost tattoo would have disappeared. Therefore, what appeared before Lu Ye's eyes at this moment was only the pattern formed by the complicated patterns. Even if an ordinary cultivator saw such a pattern, they would be confused and dizzy, but to Lu Yi it was a rare beauty. He immediately activated the insight spiritual tattoos to enhance his eyes and observed carefully. At the same time, he memorized the structure and arrangement of those patterns in his heart. This was an important foundation for the talent tree to deduce concealment spiritual tattoos in the future. 15 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. Spectre's figure reappeared while Lu Yi was still observing, but she had already put on her clothes. She turned around with a cold face. "Time's up." Lu Yi closed his eyes and recalled the information he had seen about the ghost tattoo. When he opened his eyes again, Spectre stretched out a small hand in front of him, obviously asking for the rest of the payment. Lu Yi didn't beat around the bush and directly gave her 200,000 spirit jades. Spectre beamed with joy. "You're a weapon, cultivator. Why are you observing concealment? I'm afraid it's too late for you to become a ghost cultivator," Spectre said as she counted the number of spirit jades. For the first time in his life, he realized that it was so easy to earn money. "I also want to observe the ghost tattoo on concealment," Lu Yi said. Concealment and concealment had always been used together. Only in this way could one hide themselves more perfectly. Since he had already gained something from the concealment ghost tattoo, Lu Yi naturally wanted to observe the one on concealment. "No." Spectre didn't even raise her head. "It's still the same price." "No means no." "Then name your price." "This isn't a matter of price." Spectre looked up and glared at him with some annoyance. Lu Yi suddenly understood. The reason why Spectre had agreed to let him observe the concealment ghost tattoo was that it was on the back. Therefore, it didn't matter much even if he took a look. One must know that some female cultivators usually wore extremely revealing clothes, exposing a large part of their back. However, the ghost tattoo on concealment was definitely in some inconspicuous positions. If Lu Yi was also a woman, it would be fine. However, Lu Yi was a man. Spectre wouldn't agree, no matter what. This really wasn't a matter of money. As she counted the spirit jades, Spectre suddenly seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Lu Yi and somehow made a flirtatious expression. "Why don't you marry me? Then you can look at me however you want." She suddenly felt that her idea was very clever. F.A. Wuzuin was strong enough, and his future was bound to be bright. He wasn't bad-looking, and most importantly, he was rich. If she could marry F.A. Wuzuin, she wouldn't have to worry about cultivation in the future. She could also completely get rid of her identity as a pauper. "I'm afraid you're dreaming." Lu Yi rejected decisively. "Think about it." Spectre still didn't give up. "Have you forgotten what you called me before?" Lu Yi glanced at her indifferently. Spectre was furious. "If you dare mention that, I'll fight you to the death." Lu Yi turned and walked in the direction that Pu Ke had left. He couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with her. Although the deal was done, he still had to do what he promised. Of course, the most important thing was that Pu Ke was also here. In this vast Wanxian galaxy, among the people he knew, there were only two who could be considered friends. One was Chu Xin, and the other was Pu Ke. However, Chu Shen was F.A. Wuzuin's friend, and Pu Ke was Li Taibai's friend. The enemies Spectre was going to deal with this time weren't weak. If he left, leaving Spectre and Pu Ke behind, they might not be able to succeed. After turning a corner, he saw Pu Ke using his fishing rod as a rod from afar, fighting with a group of strange fellows. However, rather than calling it a battle, it was more like a one-sided massacre. The enemies couldn't get close to Pu Ke at all. End of chapter. Chapter 1439. The so-called exclusive scene could actually be understood as a special kind of secret realm. However, This kind of secret realm was attached to the system of Constellation Hall and could not be entered without going through Constellation Hall. Lu Yi looked at the enemies Pu Ku was facing. At first glance, they looked like bone race, but they were somewhat different from real bone race. This was because, although the bone race were called bones, they actually had flesh and blood. Many of their skeletons were exposed outside their bodies, a kind of exoskeleton wrapped around flesh and blood. The enemies Pu Ku was facing were definitely not real bone race because these guys were just skeletons without the slightest bit of flesh. Lu Yi did not know what kind of power was supporting these skeletons, and they even had considerable mobility and combat strength. She could only sigh at the vastness of the starry sky and how strange it was. The number of skeletons was not small, and they surged forward like a tide from the front of the tomb. Pu Ku stood there, the fishing rod in his hand swinging back and forth, looking like a man holding back 10,000 enemies. The overall level of these skeletons was about the level of early Constellation Realm cultivators, so this kind of strength was naturally nothing in front of Pu Ku. However, there were too many of them, and all of them were not afraid of death, so Pu Ku could not hold on for too long. Logically speaking, this place had already been explored by Spectre once, so there should not be so many enemies, but Spectre was a ghost cultivator after all. When she came here last time, she had stealthily moved all the way and was not detected by these skeletons at all. This time, she could not do it with Lu Yi and Pu Ku. She could not do it like last time, so she could only kill her way through. Lu Yi flashed to Pu Ku's side, intending to test the strength of these skeletons. She identified one of them and pulled out her sword. Although she easily killed an enemy, Lu Yi also felt that although these skeletons did not look like much, they were actually very hard. Because they had no flesh and blood at all, the defensive strength of their bones far exceeded that of ordinary early Constellation Realm cultivators, barely reaching the level of middle Constellation Realm cultivators. This was undoubtedly not the right way to kill skeletons. They had only just started, and they had already encountered so many skeletons. If they really killed their way through like this, their sword would have a hole in it. Lu Yi immediately changed from slashing to stabbing. Each skeleton's 2 eye sockets had ghostly flames pulsing. According to Spectre, this was their weakness. As long as the ghostly flames in their eye sockets were destroyed, these skeletons would truly die. Pu Ku was also using this method to kill skeletons. He thrust out his long saber. The saber flashed like a falling meteor. Then, the ghost fire in the eye sockets of the skeleton in front of him was extinguished. The skeleton, which looked like a living creature, immediately fell to the ground and stopped moving. This was really useful. Ghost also arrived in a flash and cooperated with the other 2 as they charged forward. After dealing with the skeletons, Lu Yi took out the twin chi connection array disc and activated its power. In an instant, both Pu Ku and Spectre were shocked. Any cultivator who experienced the power of the disc formation for the first time could feel its incredible power. The 2 of them could feel the terrifying and condensed foundation inside F.A. Wuzun's body. The spectators knew that F.A. Wuzun was strong, but most of them felt that F.A. Wuzun's special team was able to achieve such a good result because of the black tortoise array. If they didn't have that array, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to perform well in such an environment. But only after truly connecting with Lu Ye's aura did they realize that while the black tortoise array was important, the strength of the cultivator leading the array was the deciding factor. Spectre couldn't understand. How could a mid-constellation realm cultivator have such a powerful foundation? She came from a top realm like the northern underworld ghost region. Whether it was personal strength or experience, she was at the top of the constellation realm. But she had never seen someone like Lu Yi. She secretly rejoiced that she had found the right person to ask for F.A. Wuzun's help. If it was someone else, even if they were on the same ranking, they wouldn't be able to give her such a sense of security. That's right, Spectre didn't know what was going on either. The moment their auras connected, she felt a sense of tranquility in her heart. It was as if the 3 of them could defeat any enemy, no matter how powerful they were if they joined forces. She didn't have any objections to Fa Wuzuan's decision to lead the array. Since they had formed the array, they naturally couldn't act sneakily like she did when she was alone. The array needed to charge and break through the enemy's ranks openly. She was a ghost cultivator who was used to hiding in the dark. She could sneak up on people, but she wasn't suitable to lead the array. As for Puku, he didn't look like a proper weapon cultivator. His personality also gave off the feeling of being at ease. Since Fa Wuzuan wanted to lead the array, then let him be. With the three of them working together, it could be said that they were cutting melons and vegetables along the way. Those skeletons that pounced from the front couldn't stop the three of them at all. Wherever they passed, the ground was covered in white bones. After killing for almost an hour, they didn't know how many skeletons they had killed before the area in front of them suddenly became empty. After working together for less than an hour, Puku and Ghost were completely familiar with the power of the disc array. In front of them was a pitch-black hall. The door of the hall was wide open like a beast's mouth. Lu Yi took the lead. His divine sense surged and probed inside, but he didn't detect any signs of life. He turned to look at Spectre. Spectre said, "There's a big guy inside. We just need to kill it." She had come here last time, but before she could make a move, her whereabouts had been discovered. She knew that she couldn't do anything on her own, so she returned to the Constellation Hall to recruit helpers. However, the appearance of the Chaos Assembly disrupted her original plan, so she could only participate in the Chaos Assembly first. She had originally intended to invite not Lu Yi, but another late-stage star constellation cultivator who was ranked in the top 100 on the ranking. However, after witnessing Lu Ye's performance in the Chaotic Battle Club and seeing the twin Qi connected branches formation disc, she changed her mind. In fact, this was also the reason why she had been secretly following Lu Yi in the Chaos Assembly. She mainly wanted to observe more. As for snatching heads and spoils of war, it was purely because her hands itched. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. "Let's recover," Puka said. No matter what was inside, if it could force Spectre to retreat, it definitely wasn't something to be trifled with. If the three of them wanted to enter, they naturally had to be in peak condition. They weren't worried that the big guy inside would come out. To be honest, if the big guy really did come out, it would be a good thing for them. After all, rashly barging into such a strange hall was actually a kind of risk. The three of them maintained their formation and refined their spirit jades to recover. After a while, when Puku and Spectre had fully recovered, Lu Yi called out, "Let's go!" He took the lead and walked into the hall. Their field of vision suddenly became pitch black, but with their divine senses, they could sense that this hall was very large and spacious. However, they still couldn't find any trace of the big guy that Spectre had mentioned. There seemed to be a lot of broken bones on the ground. As they stepped on them, cracking sounds could be heard. The dark hall, the eerie atmosphere, and the cracking sounds gave off a somewhat sinister feeling. The three of them continued to walk into the hall, but there was still nothing out of the ordinary. It wasn't until the three of them reached the center of the hall that something strange suddenly happened. Puff, puff, puff. As the sounds continued to ring out, balls of light suddenly lit up their surroundings. These balls of light came from the densely packed oil lamps on the walls of the hall. The continuous line of oil lamps was like a winding snake, gradually lighting up from the bottom of the hall and spiraling upwards. As the oil lamps lit up, there seemed to be a cold and gloomy aura blowing past. Spectre's expression became serious. "Be careful. I didn't encounter this situation the last time I was here. I don't know what's going on now." In just a short moment, the originally dim hall was illuminated by the countless oil lamps. There was a loud bang behind them, and the three of them were all startled. They turned around and saw that the door of the hall was actually closed. Lu Yi and Puku both turned to look at Spectre. Spectre wore an innocent expression. "I didn't encounter this." It wasn't that she was deliberately hiding information, because the situation in the hall this time was completely different from the last time she came here alone. Lu Yi didn't think that Spectre was lying to her, because if Spectre had encountered this situation the last time she came here, she definitely wouldn't have been able to get out. The door of the hall was tightly shut, and Lu Yi only needed a glance to know that it wasn't something that could be broken open with brute force. "Look over there," Puku suddenly said. Lu Yi followed his gaze and looked in that direction, only to see that in front of the hall, about 1,000 feet away from them, there was a figure sitting upright. This figure was unbelievably tall. Even if it was sitting, it was at least 3 feet tall. She really couldn't imagine how powerful it would be if it stood up. This should be the big guy that Spectre had mentioned before. It was really big. It should be the same kind of thing as the skeletons they encountered outside, because there were no traces of flesh and blood. However, unlike ordinary skeletons, this guy was covered in a layer of thick and heavy armor. The color of the armor was dull and rusty. No doubt it had been eroded by the passage of time. Many parts of the armor were damaged, and some parts had dark marks left behind. Those were obviously the marks of dried bloodstains. It was daunting to look at. It was as if this was a great general who was good at fighting and had experienced an extremely cruel battle. The damaged armor and the remaining pitch-black bloodstains were all proof of its valiant achievements. At this moment, its head was lowered, and there was a horned helmet on its head. Because of the angle and the horned helmet, no one could see its face clearly. There was a huge sword in front of it, and 2 large, white, bony hands were holding the sword hilt, holding it motionlessly. Lu Yi was slightly puzzled. How did such a lifeless skeleton, which seemed to have been dead for countless years, force Spectre to retreat? But when she thought about the skeletons they encountered before, and how they also didn't have any vitality, it wasn't difficult to understand. End of chapter. Chapter 1440. As Lu Yi and company's gazes converged, the motionless skeleton general, who seemed to have been dead for countless years, suddenly moved. He slowly raised his lowered head. Indeed, there was no flesh on his face, only white bones. His 2 eye sockets were dark and deep, like 2 black holes that could devour all light. What caught Lu Ye's attention was that there was a short blade embedded in the skeleton general's left eye socket, all the way to the hilt. Lu Yi finally understood why Spectre was willing to seek help from others to kill this big fellow. This poor B***TCH had clearly taken a fancy to the short blade. It would have been fine if it was an ordinary treasure, but this short blade was obviously suitable for a ghost cultivator. Furthermore, its quality was definitely not low. When the time came to retrieve the short blade, be it for personal use or for sale, it would be a good choice. Lu Yi guessed that Spectre would very likely sell it because she did not seem to have the habit of using a numinous treasure. When she killed people in the War Royale battlefield, she had always used Black Tiger digs out the heart. It was unknown how she cultivated her claws, but ordinary constellations were unable to withstand her sneak attack. Lu Yi was somewhat puzzled. Since the skeleton general still had the ability to move, why did he not remove the short blade from his eye socket and instead leave it there? There was likely some unknown secret behind this. As the skeleton general raised his head, his right eye socket suddenly lit up with a will-o'-the-wisp. It was different from the will-o'-the-wisp of the skeletons outside. The will-o'-the-wisp in the skeleton general's eye socket was a dazzling golden glow, as though a tiny sun was burning within. Creak! Creak! He slowly stood up from his throne and opened his mouth. A deep and vigorous voice resounded in the hall. "I've been asleep for 10,000 years. To think that someone dares to disturb the slumber of the dead. You will pay the price for this." The hall was spacious as his voice echoed. The skeleton general walked down from his throne. His footsteps were abnormally heavy, and every step caused the hall to tremble. Accompanied by his deep voice, even Lu Yi and company felt their ears buzz as their lifeblood surged. The trio had heavy expressions. Lu Yi finally understood why Spectre had said that this thing was somewhat effective against her. It was not just somewhat, but a natural counter. Spectres liked Black Tiger heart gouging, but this skeleton general had no heart for her to gouge. Furthermore, her ghost cultivation methods were probably ineffective against such an existence. Although he could feel that the enemy was very strong, perhaps the strongest enemy he had encountered so far other than Qin Yuandai, there was no way he could retreat now. Lu Yi slowly pulled out the crimson dragon saber and said in a low voice, "Let's go!" As soon as he finished speaking, he led the three of them forward in a sudden attack. Just as he moved, he slashed out a few saber gleams. Some of them were aimed at different parts of the withered skeleton general's body. Only one of them was aimed at his right eye socket. Of course, he didn't expect these few saber lights to succeed, but it was necessary to probe the enemy. Faced with the assault of the saber beams, the skeleton general didn't even have any intention of dodging. All he did was raise his hand in front of his right eye to block the saber beams. As for the other saber beams, they struck the skeleton general's armor, producing harsh sounds and sparks, but they did not damage it in the slightest. This thing was very hard. Although Lu Yi had casually slashed out the saber beam, with his present strength, such a saber beam was something that even a late-stage stellar constellation realm expert would find difficult to withstand. However, the skeleton general didn't seem to mind. The armor he wore looked old and tattered, but the protection it provided was much greater than imagined. Thankfully, the way he protected his right eye made Lu Yi realize that the flickering willow, the wisp in his eye socket, was still his weakness. Just like when he killed the skeletons, as long as he destroyed the willow, the wisp, he would likely be killed. The distance of 1,000 feet was covered in the blink of an eye. Lu Yi did not attempt to stab the skeleton general's right eye because such a simple attack was definitely ineffective. He had to create an opening in the battle to succeed. A beam of light flashed on the crimson dragon saber. With the augmentation of the heavy pressure spirit pattern, he slashed down ruthlessly. Lu Yi didn't activate the divine blade because he felt that it was useless. Although the heavy pressure spirit pattern hadn't been inferred, the assistance it provided was still not to be underestimated. Furthermore, Lu Yi had formed a three-man formation with Puku and Spectre. This wasn't a formation formed with Little Dumb and Crooked Tooth. Be it Puku or Spectre, their individual strength was much stronger than Little Dumb and Crooked Tooth. Even if they had fewer people, the assistance they could provide to Lu Yi was greater. The might of this saber could be said to be the strongest saber Lu Yi had ever slashed out. At the same time Lu Yi slashed down, the skeleton general also made a response. He held a huge sword in his hand that was thick and wide. It looked like it was used to charge and break through enemy lines in a large-scale battle. Normally, such a huge sword wouldn't be very agile. In fact, the skeleton general gave off the feeling that it was a little cumbersome. Lu Yi originally thought that he wouldn't be able to defend against this saber. However, the moment the saber slashed down, Lu Yi was shocked to discover that the huge sword in the skeleton general's hand had blocked the crimson dragon saber's blade. The huge sword in the skeleton general's hand gave off a wondrous feeling that it was easy to lift something heavy. In that instant, Lu Ye's eyes suddenly shrank because he felt that his spiritual power was instantly at a disadvantage in such a collision and was directly defeated. Then, a boundless force came from the crimson dragon saber. He took advantage of the momentum and floated backward, wanting to neutralize the force coming from the front. However, at the same time, the huge sword in the skeleton general's hand slashed over at lightning speed. For the first time in his life, Lu Yi felt as though his soul was about to leave his body. He hurriedly created a holy defense in front of him, but it was destroyed the moment it appeared. Every layer that appeared was destroyed. Although the might of the huge sword was weakened, it still slashed at his chest. Thankfully, at this critical moment, a fishing line suddenly wrapped around the skeleton general's sword-wielding hand. Pu had taken action at the critical moment. The fishing line was pulled straight and pulled to the side. In that instant, the fishing line snapped, but it also dissipated a portion of the skeleton general's strength. Ghost had been holding a purple talisman in her hand. Upon seeing this, she did not hesitate to activate the purple talisman's might. Instantly, a barrier of light enveloped the three of them. It was a purple talisman used for protection. It was unknown if this woman had obtained it as a spoil of war from the chaotic battlefield. With a loud bang, the huge sword slashed at the purple talisman's barrier of light. At the instant the purple talisman was destroyed, the three figures flew high into the air like kites. Lu Ye's blood churned in his chest as he nearly spewed it out. Fortunately, the skeleton general's mind was a little muddled. He did not take the opportunity to pursue them. Instead, he looked down at his huge sword and fell into deep thought. After landing in a sorry state, Lu Yi glared at Ghost. "He's Yu Yao." With the purity and density of his spiritual energy, it was impossible for anyone at the constellation realm to so easily defeat his spiritual energy in such a clash. Only Yu Yao had this ability. He had never imagined that a monster like Yu Yao would appear in the Constellation Palace. It was precisely because he had not thought of this that he had suffered such a great loss. Of course, the most important thing was that the skeleton general's aura was clearly only at the late stage of the constellation realm. This had caused him to make the wrong judgment. If not for Puka's quick reaction, he would have been severely injured if not killed by the huge sword. I didn't know. I was forced to retreat before I fought with him. I really didn't know he was Yu Yao. Ghost had an innocent look on her face. It did not seem like she was faking it. Speaking of which, if she had really known that the skeleton general was Yu Yao, she would not have returned. She would have tried to hide. Retreat. Lu Yi made a prompt decision. If it were an enemy at the constellation realm, the three of them would have a high chance of killing him, no matter how strong he was. However, since it was Yu Yao, they could not take the risk. Lu Yi had agreed to accompany Ghost on this trip, mainly because of Ghostrin. Ghostrin had already seen it. Their failure to kill the skeleton general was due to Ghost's own intelligence. They could not blame anyone else. Ghost nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, indicating that she had no objections. The three of them hurriedly admitted defeat. After a short while, Lu Ye's expression turned grave. Puka frowned and Ghost looked confused. This was because the three of them who should have left did not leave. After they admitted defeat, there was no response from their surroundings. This was clearly abnormal. It was as if after the heavy doors closed, this place had been completely isolated from the Constellation Palace. Even the Constellation Palace's rules could not be applied here. "How did you leave last time?" Lu Yi looked at Ghost. Ghost said, "The doors to the palace weren't closed last time, so I ran out." This time it was clearly different from when Ghost had acted alone. The skeleton general no longer looked at his great sword. Instead, he dragged his sword and walked slowly. He walked very slowly, but it gave the three of them a sense of endless pressure. It looks like either he dies or we die. As Puka spoke, he stuffed a spirit pill into his mouth and chewed. Lu Yi also knew that at this point there was no turning back. Indeed, they could only fight to the death. Blaming Ghost? Sure. However, it was of no help to the current situation. What they needed to do now was to finish off the skeleton general. He still had a red talisman in hand. Once he used it, it should not be a problem to finish off the enemy. However, it was the only life-saving card he had. Unless absolutely necessary, he was unwilling to use it here. Lu Yi stared at the skeleton general and said, "There's good news." "What good news?" Ghost looked delighted. "He's still lacking compared to the real Yu Yao. His strength is indeed that of the Yu Yao realm. It's completely different from the Constellation Palace. However, the strength he can unleash is limited. I'm guessing that it has something to do with the dagger in his left eye socket." The reason for such a deduction was not because of Lu Ye's meticulous observation, but because he had a very direct feeling from his clash with the skeleton general. In such a careless situation, if the skeleton general could unleash the strength of the real Yu Yao, even with Puku and Ghost's reinforcements, they might have died. Chapter 1441. Therefore, Lu Yi felt that the skeleton general was not at his peak. Otherwise, he would not have only revealed the aura of a constellation. His left eye socket had been pierced by a dagger, extinguishing a wisp of will-o'-the-wisp. His loss of strength likely had something to do with that. If the opponent was Yu Yao at full strength, the three of them would only be able to restrain her even if they formed a formation. It would be impossible to kill her unless Lu Yi was willing to use the red talisman. However, if it was a weakened Yu Yao, the three of them might be able to kill her with their formation. The doors to the hall were closed, and they could not even leave. Given the situation, it was just as Pu Ku had said. Either the enemy died or they perished. There was no other choice. The skeleton general was already very close. Lu Yi was glad that the fellow seemed to be in a daze and did not use any long-range attacks. Otherwise, the three of them would have nowhere to hide even though the hall was not small. Just as he was thinking this, he saw the skeleton general raise the huge sword in his hand. There were signs of surging spiritual energy as the tip of the huge sword emitted a stunning glow. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. What he feared most really happened. The next moment, the skeleton general's huge sword slashed down as a pale golden sword beam tore through the air. Lu Yi immediately dodged to the side. Under the guidance of the formation, Pu Ku and Spectre also moved with him. The sword beam slashed past Spectre's side, stirring up a strong wind that caused her skin to turn cold. With a loud bang, the entire hall trembled. The sword ray had slashed into the back of the hall. It was unknown what material the hall was made of, but such a powerful sword ray did not even leave a mark on it. Just as Lu Yi and company steadied themselves, another sword beam came at them, followed by the skeleton general's continuous attacks. After dodging for a moment, Lu Yi knew that this could not go on. If the three of them continued moving in unison, there would be limited space for them to maneuver. The skeleton general's attacks were fast and fierce. The three of them could dodge for a short period of time, but over time they would definitely make mistakes. Disperse! Lu Yi bellowed. Pu Ku and Spectre decisively left his side. Although they were separated, their auras were still tightly connected. The area that the twin chi connecting branch formation disc could cover was not small, so it was not a problem for it to cover the entire hall. Therefore, as long as the three of them were in the hall, they could maintain the formation. Originally, Lu Yi was the one leading the formation, while Pu Ku and Ghost were only responsible for providing support. Now, however, they were a true trinity. There was no distinction between the leader and the subordinate. This was a flexible change in the battle formation. The three people present were all veterans of battle. Naturally, they knew what to do at this moment to benefit the battle situation the most. Although the three figures had separated, the skeleton general seemed to have locked onto Lu Yi. The sword beams slashed at him, leaving him in an extremely wretched state. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Pu could toss the fishing rod in his hand. As if he was fishing, a long line of spiritual energy flew out. Like a long needle, it pierced towards the skeleton general's right eye socket. The skeleton general, who was madly attacking Lu Yi, did not even look in Pu Ku's direction. He simply raised his left hand and casually grabbed the long line of spiritual energy in front of him. With a slight shake, Pu Ku's spiritual energy collapsed. The skeleton general suddenly turned around and slashed down with the giant sword in his hand. In the direction of the slash, Spectre's ghostly figure appeared and retreated in time, crying out in alarm. Lu Yi finally withdrew his hand. The scarlet dragon saber in his hand had been swapped for the mountain pan saber. Although the shape, length, and weight of the two sabers were almost the same, weapon cultivators relied heavily on their own weapons. This was an indelible drawback. When Lu Yi held the scarlet dragon saber, he always felt that something was wrong. Although it did not affect his strength too much, it was still at least 10% of it. In other words, Even if Lu Yi used his full strength with the Scarlet Dragon saber, he could only display 90% of his usual strength. In the face of such a strong enemy, he did not dare to hold back. He had to switch to the Mountain Pan saber. Taking advantage of the moment when the skeleton general attacked Spectre, he took a step forward and instantly appeared behind the skeleton general. The next moment, a blinding saber beam burst out like a sun. With the sudden burst of light, it was like a lotus flower was slowly blooming. Every petal was the convergence of a sharp and pure saber beam. The instant the lotus flower was destroyed, Lu Ye's figure flew backward. The skeleton general's giant sword was only an inch away from slashing into his abdomen. Taking a closer look, the skeleton general was unscathed. This gave Lu Yi a headache. One had to know that the lotus flower was his strongest saber art to date. That instantaneous burst of strength should not have been something any constellation could withstand. Yet the skeleton general did not seem to care at all. Even if this fellow only displayed the aura of a constellation, she was still Yu Yao. When Lu Yi retreated, Pu Ku and Spectre's attacks also arrived. Pu Ku was still holding his fishing rod and constantly striking, as though he was baiting the skeleton general like a fish. His spiritual energy threads constantly stabbed at the enemy's weak points from all angles, but to no avail. They were all easily resolved by the skeleton general. It was not that Pu Ku was cowardly and did not dare go forward, but that was his combat style. Forcefully going forward would only increase the risk. Spectre was constantly attempting to attack, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not get within 30 feet of the skeleton general. She would be forced to retreat the moment she approached. The two immediately understood that they had to rely on Fa Wuzuan in order to win this battle. He was a true armament cultivator and was best at close combat. And against an enemy like the skeleton general, only such a method of close combat had a chance of finishing him off. Therefore, there was only one thing the two could do: restrain the enemy and create an opportunity for Fa Wuzuan to attack. That was what they thought, and that was what they did. The trio's auras were constantly connected, and the three-man formation was maintained. The primary and secondary positions were unpredictable, and no matter who tried to attack, they could instantly borrow the strength of the other two to strengthen their offense. Although it was their first time working together, after a brief familiarization, the trio's cooperation was already extremely close and flawless. The hall was buzzing with activity. The situation was extremely bad for Lu Yi and company. In the present situation, Pu Ku's combat style could only restrain the enemy from a distance. Forcing close combat would only increase the risk. Spectre was unable to get close at all, and although Lu Yi occasionally had a chance to approach, he was blocked most of the time. They had to think of a solution. In such a high-intensity battle, they had to end it quickly. Otherwise, if they dragged it out for too long, they would definitely make mistakes. Furthermore, the enemy's tattered armor was too much of a hindrance. Whenever Lu Yi had a rare chance to get close, his attacks would be blocked by the tattered armor. If the skeleton general was a true Yu Yao at his peak, then this armor would definitely be a treasure at the level of Yu Yao. If it was in perfect condition, Lu Yi would not have any thoughts about it, but now that it was in tatters, there was a possibility of breaking it. With a thought, waves rose and tides rose. Pu Ku and Spectre were both astonished. They quickly glanced over at Lu Yi and saw a sea of red. In the blink of an eye, the red color spread out and filled the entire hall. The blood race's blood river art was only a river of blood under normal circumstances, but in Lu Ye's hands, it had turned into a sea of blood. This was both due to his surging blood energy and his powerful holiness. The holiness of the blood race was a very wondrous thing. The stronger the holiness, the greater the enhancement to the blood race's secret arts. Pu Ku and Spectre had no idea Fa Wuzuan had such an ability, but they did not think too much about it. They only thought it was an ordinary blood art, but the scale of this art was larger than what they knew. The sea of blood surged violently, obstructing their vision. Even their divine senses were greatly affected. However, they were connected to Lu Ye's aura, so the hindrance of the sea of blood was no problem for them. Even though they were also enveloped by the sea of blood, they could still see and hear clearly without being affected. Then, the two of them saw an extremely shocking scene. Lu Yi, who was dozens of feet away from the enemy, had appeared beside the skeleton general like a ghost. He stabbed his long saber straight at the skeleton general's right eye. This attack was so sudden that even the skeleton general was not prepared for it. However, his reaction was extremely fast. Just as the mountain saber was about to pierce the flickering ghost fire in his right eye, he suddenly tilted his head. An ear-piercing screech rang out as the long saber brushed past the skeleton general's horned helmet. Sparks flew everywhere. The skeleton general's giant sword was already sweeping over. Puku and Spectre's hearts immediately rose to their throats because they realized that Fa Wuzuan had no intention of dodging. But just as the giant sword was about to reach him, Fa Wuzuan's figure disappeared like a ghost. He appeared behind the skeleton general and slashed down heavily with his saber. The saber slashed at the skeleton general's back, and the massive impact caused the skeleton general to stagger. Spectre nearly cried out in joy. Since the beginning of the battle, this was the first time the three of them had attacked the skeleton general without being blocked by him. Fa Wuzuan was indeed Fa Wuzuan. However, Spectre quickly reminded herself that if she were to fight Fa Wuzuan in the future, she absolutely could not be enveloped by his blood arts. From her observation, Fa Wuzuan did not seem to have any restrictions on his movements in the sea of blood. He could appear wherever he wanted. His miraculous means were beyond her imagination. If she were to fall into such a sea of blood as an enemy, she might not even know how she died. Using the terrain created by the sea of blood, Lu Ye's figure drifted back and forth. Every time he appeared behind the skeleton general, he slashed again and again, causing the already tattered armor to become even more tattered. He had also attempted to attack the enemy's weakness, but the enemy's eye was ultimately not that easy to stab. After failing a few times, Lu Yi decided not to waste his efforts. 30 seconds later, Lu Yi appeared behind the skeleton general once again. Just as he was about to raise his saber and slash down, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Without a second thought, he immediately vanished from his spot. When he appeared again, he was hundreds of feet away. Not only that, when he retreated, he sent a voice transmission to Puku and Spectre, telling them to quickly retreat. End of chapter. Chapter 1442. Although Puku and Ghost did not feel it as intensely as Lu Yi, they did not hesitate to retreat to the edge of the hall after receiving his warning. Just as the two of them stood still, they saw an extremely terrifying scene. They saw a tornado rise from the skeleton general's side. Taking a closer look, it wasn't a tornado, it was a sword storm. It looked like a tornado, but in fact it was formed from countless tiny sword flashes. What left them even more horrified was that the sword tempest was connected to the top of the wall and the bottom of the hall. It was rapidly expanding as the sea of blood that enveloped the skeleton general's body was sucked into the sword tempest, turning it blood-red in color. Lu Yi knew that things were not looking good. The blood river technique was indeed strange and powerful, but it had a very troublesome problem, which was that it consumed a lot of one's spiritual energy. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, even the blood kindred would not be able to maintain the blood river technique for too long. Furthermore, if someone were to wreak havoc in it, the consumption of the caster's spiritual energy would be even more severe. Although the skeleton general's strength had been reduced by Yu Yao, how could Lu Yi withstand such a move in his rage? If he did not quickly withdraw his blood sea art and allowed the skeleton general to break through his blood sea art, he would be greatly injured at the very least. I knew it wasn't that simple. With a thought, Lu Yi made up his mind. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Ghost. He reached out his hand and grabbed her before disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already beside Puku. defend. With a low shout, he hurriedly withdrew his blood sea. The blood that filled the sky disappeared, but the skeleton general's sword storm did not stop. It was still rapidly spreading in all directions. Pu-Ku took the large ladle from his waist and threw it over his head. The ladle immediately transformed into a layer of protection that enveloped the three of them. Ghost did not hesitate either. She took out a purple talisman to form a second layer of protection. For a person like her who valued wealth as much as her life to use a purple talisman repeatedly, she clearly realized the severity of the situation. Lu Yi did not have any useful defensive treasures, so he could only look for one from his spoils of war. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, he circulated his spiritual energy and brought it out first. Generally, in a battle, it was very rare for cultivators to have such an opportunity to set up defensive measures because the enemy would have already killed their way over. However, the skeleton general was clearly delirious. He had been infuriated by the various means that Lu Yi had used. He was focused on powering his sword storm wind, giving the three of them such an opportunity. Lu Yi threw out a series of formation flags, using a certain defensive spirit treasure as the core of the formation to set up a layer of defensive formation. He wanted to use another technique, but it was already too late. The sword storm's wind swept through the entire hall, pressing down on the three of them. Feeling it up close, he could feel the terror of this sword storm even more. What blew over were all those fine and concentrated sword lights. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Lu Ye's protective spirit array. Although this spirit array was hastily set up by him, with a good defensive spirit treasure as their ray core, it could provide a very good protection. Even then, it only persisted for 2 breaths of time before collapsing with a bang, and this obviously showed how formidable the lethality of the fine sword lights were. With a bang, the defensive spiritual treasure that was used as the eye of the formation also turned into powder. Then, popping sounds could be heard one after another as the defensive spiritual treasures shattered one after another. In just 5 breaths of time, all of Lu Ye's arrangements had been broken. Next was Gui Ling's purple talisman. This was probably not a purple talisman from the human race, but an ordinary one. However, when it was activated by a late-stage constellation like Gui Ling, its defensive power was still quite good. However, it only lasted for a breath of time. The purple talisman's light rapidly dimmed, and then it burned in the air. The 3 of them had extremely cold expressions. Now, only Pu-Ku's large ladle spirit treasure's protection was left. If it was broken, the 3 of them could only use their own methods to block the sword storm. Even if Lu Yi could set up a holy defense, he would probably not be able to block it. After all, no matter how fast he set it up, it would still take time. Under the corrosion of the endless fine sword storm, the holy defense was not very useful. As the sword storm approached, the 3 of them did not even blink. With just a glance, Lu Yi knew that the situation was bad. Pu-Ku's large ladle spirit treasure would definitely not be able to block it. He raised his head and looked forward, but he couldn't see anything. Even when he tried to use his divine sense, it was destroyed by the sword light. However, he knew that in such a situation he could only give it his all. Just as the last layer of protection was on the verge of collapse, Pu-Ku and Gui Ling were shocked to discover that Lu Ye's spirit energy stirred, and he suddenly disappeared before their eyes. Immediately after, there was a violent explosion of spirit energy from the skeleton general's location. There was also the faint sound of a saber vibrating. The 2 of them were shocked, knowing that F.A. Wuzuin had charged over. However, the 2 of them could not figure out how F.A. Wuzuin had charged over. In the Blood Sea, he could move like a ghost. Now that the Blood Sea had been subdued, he should have lost that ability. The 2 of them could not figure out how Lu Yi could teleport, so they naturally could not figure out how he had done it. In fact, when Lu Yi was fighting the skeleton general, he had left one of his imperial artifacts in the cracks of the skeleton general's armor. If the enemy was made of flesh and blood, he would have sensed it long ago. However, this fellow was ultimately just a muddle-headed skeleton, giving Lu Yi an opportunity to take advantage of it. It was with the help of the Imperial artifact's positioning that Lu Yi could charge over to the skeleton general's side. The reason why Lu Yi dared to do so was because he was taking a gamble. Logically speaking, the center of a tornado should be calm. The skeleton general's sword storm looked like a tornado, so it was very likely that there were no fine sword flashes where he stood. Staying where he was would only lead to death. Since that was the case, he could only take a gamble. As it turned out, Lu Yi had made the right bet. Furthermore, he was pleasantly surprised, perhaps because he had used all his strength to activate the sword storm. The skeleton general stood where he was without moving an inch. Originally, no one would be able to get close to him under such an attack. However, Lu Ye's sudden attack with the help of the Void Spirit inscriptions had caught him off guard. After realizing that this fellow was now a sitting duck, Lu Yi immediately rushed in front of him and prepared to end him with a single slash. However, when he looked closely, he nearly vomited blood. This was because the skeleton general's left hand had covered his right eye, making it impossible for him to attack. No matter how muddle-headed he was, he knew that his right eye was his greatest weakness. Therefore, before he activated the sword storm, he had concealed this weakness. Lu Yi had nowhere to vent his anger. When he saw the short blade stuck in the skeleton general's left eye, he raised his saber and slapped at it. When he first saw the short blade, he thought that it was a pretty good numinous treasure, which was why it was targeted by Spectre. However, after learning that the skeleton general was actually Yu Yao, his previous conjecture was no longer valid. This short blade was very likely not a numinous treasure, but Yu Yao's treasure. It was a Dharma treasure. If that was the case, its value would be immense. However, regardless of whether it was a numinous treasure or a Dharma treasure, since it was stuck in the skeleton general's left eye, Lu Yi could make use of it. He wasn't sure if this would be effective, but it was better than using the mountain plate saber to slash at his opponent. When the mountain plate saber struck the end of the short blade, an unbelievable scene occurred. Previously, no matter how hard Lu Yi slashed, the skeleton general didn't think much of it. However, at this moment, it felt as though an electric current had passed through its body. It trembled violently, and immediately after, its body flew high into the air as though it had suffered a heavy blow. It fell straight into the sword storm it had conjured. An ear-piercing screech came from where the skeleton general fell. There were also creaking sounds. As the skeleton general fell, the sword storm slowly came to a stop and rapidly dissipated. Lu Yi looked into the distance and heaved a sigh of relief. Although he could sense that Puku and Spectre weren't dead due to their connection, he couldn't sense their exact condition. At that moment, although the two of them were in a sorry state, they weren't seriously injured. The instant the sword storm disappeared, the two of them dodged to the left and right and began to assess the situation. They saw F.A. Wuzuan standing where the skeleton general had been, and scathed. As for the skeleton general, it was unknown what had happened to him. He was lying at the edge of the hull 1,000 feet away from F.A. Wuzuan. After suffering that blow, the skeleton general clearly wasn't in a good state. He staggered to his feet, but with a series of clattering sounds, the tattered armor on his body fell to the ground. Lu Ye's eyes lit up. He had previously wanted to get rid of the tattered armor, but he hadn't been able to do so. He never expected to succeed by chance. Not only had the skeleton general lost his tattered armor, even the horned helmet on his head had shattered. At a glance, his bones were covered in fine scars. There were even cracks in many places. Be it Lu Yi or Puku Spectre, they could clearly sense that the skeleton general's aura had weakened significantly. The most obvious sign was that the wisp in his right eye had dimmed a little. Lu Yi immediately understood that it was the work of the sword storm. That move had been the skeleton general's all-out attack. He had accidentally fallen into the sword storm and had clearly been injured by his own strength. If Lu Yi had been in his shoes, He wouldn't have had it easy either if he had been enveloped by the lotus sun. This was interesting. The three of them had fought to the point of despair, but they never expected to see hope for victory by chance. Lu Yi raised his hand and stuffed a spirit pill into his mouth. Following that, his figure flashed as he suddenly appeared behind the skeleton general. This was his last chance to teleport. As the tattered armor fell, the imperial artifact he had placed on the skeleton general's body had also fallen. Therefore, he could only teleport there. The moment his figure appeared, Lu Yi rushed to the skeleton general's side and stabbed his saber at the skeleton general's right eye. As expected, the skeleton general raised his left hand to block it. However, Lu Ye's target wasn't the right eye but the left. The saber changed direction, changing from a stab to a slap, once again hitting the end of the short blade. Chapter 1443. Just like before, the coiling mountain saber struck the end of the short blade, causing the skeleton general to tremble violently once more. Lu Yi was about to pull out his saber to attack again when the skeleton general raised its great sword and swung it down. This attack was as fast as the wind, and Lu Yi was very close to the skeleton general. There was no way for him to dodge, so he could only raise his saber to parry. At the same time, the coiling mountain saber flashed with brilliance as a spirit pattern formed. Moon reversal. This spirit pattern had a mystical ability to reflect damage, and it was specially used to defeat the strong. Lu Yi would occasionally use it in the 9 states, but he had never used it again after entering the cosmos. The main reason was that the enemies he encountered were either so powerful that it left him in despair, or there was no need for him to use this spirit pattern. He had no choice but to use it at this moment. With a deafening clang, a violent force struck. Lu Yi felt his saber-wielding right arm go numb, and even the web between his thumb and forefinger split open. Blood spurted out as his body shrank. Borrowing the opponent's strength, Lu Yi slid backward, avoiding the skeleton general's next attack. Lu Ye's eyes lit up as he hastily stabilized himself. He had discovered something interesting. The skeleton general's strength had greatly weakened. At the beginning of the confrontation, his spiritual energy was easily defeated by the other party's strength. At that time, if Pu Ku and Ghost had not acted in time, he would have been killed. But this time, although the other party's strength was still very strong, it was much weaker than before. At the very least, Lu Yi did not feel any signs of his spiritual energy collapsing. Instead, it was the kind that could resist a little. This clearly had something to do with the fact that it had been injured by his sword storm. In addition, the skeleton general's tattered armor had been shattered, and its defenses were not as tough as before. If it was such a skeleton general, there was hope in this battle. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was Pu Ku who was attacking with his fishing rod from afar. However, this time he didn't just pull out his fishing line. At the end of the fishing line, there was also a ball the size of a baby's fist. The skeleton general reacted quickly as he turned his body and slashed out with his sword, striking the strange object. But when the gigantic sword collided with the sphere exploded. Immediately following that, a green blob that resembled tree sap exploded, drenching the skeleton general in its entirety. Sizzling sounds could be heard as the dark green liquid was extremely corrosive. It seeped into the withered skeleton general's skeleton through the cracks. The wisp in its right eye flickered violently as it opened its mouth. There was clearly no flesh or blood, but it strangely let out a roar. Pu Ku's attack had clearly injured it. At this moment, a ghostly figure appeared beside the skeleton general. It was none other than Spectre, who had charged over at some point in time. She clenched her fingers and conjured a mystic technique. Her fingertips turned dark gold as she aimed straight for the enemy's right eye. It was as though she wanted to completely destroy his will-o'-the-wisp. Although Ghost's performance in the previous battle was terrible, it was not because she was weak, but because the enemy was too strong. She was, after all, a member of the ghost race from the northern underworld ghost regions. She was a powerhouse who had left her name on the rankings. She was extremely sharp when it came to grasping opportunities and observing the situation. If she were to succeed in this attack, the skeleton general would be doomed. However, the skeleton general had never let down his guard against the weakness in his right eye socket. The moment Ghost appeared, the huge sword had already swept over. It looked like Ghost had taken the initiative to charge at the huge sword. In such a situation, Ghost had no space or leeway to dodge. Being hit by the huge sword would only be a matter of seconds. With the difference in strength between them, Ghost would definitely die if she was hit. But just as the huge sword was about to reach her, Ghost's charging figure strangely came to a halt. Following that, she rapidly retreated in an illogical manner. Pooh had taken action in the nick of time. He had tied one of Ghost's legs with a fishing line and pulled her back. Even so, the shockwave from the huge sword's sweep struck Ghost's abdomen like a meteor. While she was still in midair, she spat out a mouthful of blood. The veil covering her face instantly turned blood red. Almost at the same moment Ghost was rescued by Pooh, a huge sun suddenly exploded. It rapidly bloomed like a lotus flower and enveloped the skeleton general. Sizzling sounds were incessant. It was the sound of boundless saber beams slicing through the skeleton general's skeleton. Lu Ye's figure appeared in the middle of the lotus flower. Ghost's sneak attack had failed, but she had not done it for the sake of a sneak attack. She was only creating an opportunity for Lu Yi to attack. From the outcome, she had undoubtedly succeeded. Just as he conjured the lotus sun, Lu Yi felt a sense of danger. The skeleton general's left hand reached over like a mountain. The 5 skeletal fingers were like 5 short blades that pierced through his figure. No blood flowed out as Lu Ye's figure dissipated. It was only an afterimage. His true figure had already appeared on the other side of the hall. Beneath his feet was an imperial artifact that had been left there in advance, emitting a faint glow. Pooh attacked once again, and just like before, the fishing line he threw out had some sort of treasure hanging on it. It looked identical to the sphere from before, but when the skeleton general casually slashed it apart, what burst out from the sphere wasn't a green liquid, but a ferocious flame. Instantly, the skeleton general transformed into a fireball that burned intensely. He fiercely used his strength to extinguish the flames. Ghost was still recuperating. The shock wave from before had struck her abdomen, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Lu Yi had already charged at the skeleton general once again. As he charged forward, his saber spun like a crescent moon. Saber beams swept out like a torrent of moonlight. Crescent moon. Thud, 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 thud. The crescent-shaped saber beams struck the skeleton general's body, causing him to stagger 2 steps back. Before he could regain his footing, Lu Yi had already closed in on him. He bent his body and dodged the slash of the gigantic sword. Following that, he leaped high into the air like an eagle. He raised his saber to the side of his face and stabbed forward. A starry sky seemed to appear behind Lu Yi as stars fell from the sky. All the stars fell on the skeleton general's right eye, but this time he did not have the time to defend himself. With a faint thud, the flickering will-o, the wisp in the skeleton general's right eye was extinguished. Lu Yi was delighted when he saw this. He had succeeded. However, this joy turned into horror just as it surged out. The skeleton general, whose weakness had been exposed, did not lose his ability to move. Even his aura did not change. The gigantic sword came slashing down from below Lu Yi. If he had been struck, Lu Yi would probably have been torn apart from the middle. It was already too late for him to activate the Void Spirit runes to teleport away. The main reason was that Lu Yi had never expected that the enemy's weakness they had been trying to deal with was just a one-sided misjudgment. It was not a weakness at all, or rather, it was not enough to be fatal. However, at this critical juncture of life and death, Lu Yi remained calm. This was because he sensed a force coming from behind him. As expected, a thin fishing line appeared beneath his feet and wrapped around the skeleton general's sword-wielding right hand before exerting force. Although the fishing line snapped instantly, the momentary delay allowed Lu Yi to keep his life. His figure reappeared at the Imperial equipment that he had left behind as his chest heaved violently. Even though he could disregard life and death in battle, only after experiencing it did he realize how terrifying it was. Taking a closer look, the cracks on the skeleton general's body had clearly increased in number and density. Clearly, their efforts had not been completely in vain. With a soft pop, the wisp that had been extinguished in the skeleton general's right eye began to burn once more. Following that, the energy around him began to surge violently. It was unknown what mystical means he had used, but there were constant popping sounds. A scene that left the trio astonished appeared. As the sound rang out, balls of ghostly fire appeared in various parts of the hall. Instantly, the temperature in the hall plummeted as a cold wave surged. In the blink of an eye, the hall was covered in a thick layer of frost. Even though the trio were Constellation Mansions, they still felt a bone-piercing chill as their limbs stiffened. Puku and Spectre's expressions froze as they realized that they were in big trouble. Previously, when they were killing their way through the tomb, they had encountered such ghostly fire. However, those were only scattered outside, and were clearly not on the same level as the one the skeleton general was using. Furthermore, the number of ghostly fire the skeleton general had conjured was so large that it almost filled the entire hall. None of them had any space to move around safely. In contrast, the skeleton general did not seem to be affected at all. How could they possibly win against such a powerful enemy in such an environment? Even though the skeleton general's aura had weakened after using this secret technique, he was clearly annoyed by Lu Yi and company's torment. So he used this move to restrict their space of movement. This way, he would have an absolute advantage. Once the trio came into contact with the ghostly fire while moving, they would definitely be invaded by the boundless chill. Their mobility would be greatly reduced, and they would no longer be a threat. However, to Puku and Spectre's astonishment, F.A. Wuzuin actually charged straight at the skeleton general after the ghostly fire appeared. Along the way, he did not dodge at all. He allowed the ghostly fire to touch him, but it did not affect him in the slightest when they encountered the ghostly fire in the tomb. Lu Yi had already tried it. Although the ghostly fire would be invaded by the chill when it touched his body, it was still a kind of strange fire. Since it was fire, it could be restrained by the power of the talent tree. At that moment, he was activating the power of the talent tree, which allowed him to ignore the ghostly fire and prevent the chill from invading his body. He rushed in front of the skeleton general, and his saber flashed brilliantly as he immediately engaged the skeleton general in battle. Puku and Spectre immediately revealed looks of joy because they realized that F.A. Wuzuin could actually fight the skeleton general head-on. Although he was at a disadvantage, there was still hope for victory. The two of them immediately understood that F.A. Wuzuin had not become stronger, but the skeleton general had become weaker. Therefore, F.A. Wuzuin was qualified to fight it. Chapter 1444. The skeleton general's left eye had been pierced by a treasure. Yu Yao's strength had been weakened to begin with, and he had been injured by the sword storm he had unleashed earlier. His strength had been significantly weakened. Now that he was using this strange flame, he had expended quite a bit of his energy. After suffering so many losses, even if the withered skeleton general still had Yu Yao's foundation, he would probably not be able to unleash much of his strength. On the other hand, the three of them were still connected, and their formation remained unbroken. Although Lu Yi was fighting the withered skeleton general alone, he was actually borrowing the strength of the other two. He was not truly fighting alone. Clanging sounds rang out continuously as the coiling mountain's saber clashed with the giant sword. Every clash was deafening, and sparks flew everywhere. There was clearly a huge gap between the two sides, but the disparity in strength was not that great. While Lu Yi was entangled with the withered skeleton general, Pu Ku and Spectre were not idle. Pu Ku continued to flick his fishing line, using all sorts of strange methods to provide support. Spectre did not have so many tricks. Like Lu Yi, she charged to the withered skeleton general's side. Her figure drifted like a ghost, and every time she appeared, she would be able to divert a large portion of the withered skeleton general's attention. Under the withered skeleton general's control, the wisps floated around, gathering from time to time in an attempt to cause trouble for the three of them. However, every time that happened, Lu Yi would take the initiative to collide with the wisps using the power of his talent tree to absorb and devour them. After fighting for a while, Lu Yi transmitted a message and suddenly retreated. He had to slow down. Up until now, apart from Qin Yuandai, the strongest opponent he had encountered was the withered skeleton general. However, when he killed Qin Yuandai, Lu Yi had borrowed the red talisman's strength, so he did not sense any resistance from Qin Yuandai. He did not even know how strong she was. However, the withered skeleton general in front of him was a true opponent. His strength exceeded his own, but it was not enough to make him feel despair. To a weapon cultivator, such an opponent was the most suitable and most satisfying. Fighting such a strong opponent in close combat was also the best way to temper oneself. Lu Ye's fighting spirit was high, and he was in high spirits. However, after clashing for so long, his saber-wielding right hand could not stop trembling. His arm was a bloody mess, a sign that his flesh had ruptured. Fortunately, he was already at the middle stage of the constellation realm now, and the essence of his flesh and blood had already been tempered to the limit, so he only needed to slow down a little before he could recover. With him retreating, only Pu Ku and Spectre were left to hold back the skeleton general. Pu Ku was in a better state as he stood far away and used his strange means. Spectre, on the other hand, was in a terrible state. Zhang Wuzuan didn't seem to be having a hard time fighting the skeleton general, but when it was her turn, she had to tread carefully. She felt as though she had one foot in the gates of hell, with the risk of dying at any moment. This wasn't just because of the difference in strength between her and Lu Ye's, but also because she was a ghost cultivator. She wasn't suited for direct confrontation. What suited her was always sneaky and sneaky. He couldn't help but shout, "F.A. Wuzuan, save me!" She called out a few times, but F.A. Wuzuan did not respond. He stood in the distance and stared at her as if he was watching a show. Changing the topic, he shouted, "Pharaoh, save me!" It was a matter of life and death. Being shameless was no longer important. The corner of Pu Ku's eyes twitched. He hated himself for having such a shameless friend. He secretly decided that after this, he would sever all ties with her and never interact with her again. Lu Yi charged forward once again, not because Spectre had called him father, but because if he didn't join the battle, Spectre would really be in danger. With the three of them in a formation, even losing one person could lead to defeat. How could he allow such a thing to happen when the battle had already reached such a state? With Lu Yi as the main force in the battle, Spectre finally heaved a sigh of relief. She hurriedly retreated to the side to recuperate. The battle was intense, but the scales of victory were slowly tilting towards the three-man team. As time passed, the cracks on the skeleton general's skeleton increased in number and density. Lu Yi, who was fighting him head-on, could clearly feel it. The skeleton general's strength was slowly declining, until a certain moment, when Lu Yi slashed out with his saber, the skeleton general failed to block in time. One of his leg bones snapped. The tall figure tilted and nearly fell to the ground. Although he barely managed to stabilize himself, he was at a complete disadvantage in his confrontation with Lu Yi. The fracture of a leg bone was a trigger that led to the skeleton general's complete defeat. Not long after the first leg was broken, Lu Yi took the opportunity to sever the other leg. Following that, he severed the sword-wielding right arm. At this point, the skeleton general no longer had much room to resist. He was completely a fish on the chopping block. He was clearly indignant. "The willow!" The wisp in his right eye flickered violently. "The willow!" The wisps floating in the hall suddenly flickered violently as well. A dangerous aura began to fluctuate. Louis saw that the situation was not good and was about to retreat, but the skeleton general, who was missing 2 legs and an arm, held him back. The next moment, the willow, the wisps floating in the hall, rapidly converged. The aura coming from the willow, the wisps turned even more violent and dangerous. Lu Yi wanted to construct void spirit runes to teleport, but he had done so several times before. It was obvious that the skeleton general had seen through him. At that moment, a willow, the wisp landed in the imperial equipment he had left behind. With the willow, the wisp burning, the spirit energy he had left in the imperial equipment was instantly depleted. Without spirit energy stored in the imperial equipment, he could not construct void spirit runes to teleport himself. In a hurry, Lu Yi steadied himself and frantically constructed holy protection spirit runes to protect himself. Wisps of willow, the wisp floated over before exploding. Boom! 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 The sounds were incessant as flames soared into the sky. Lu Yi and the skeleton general's figures were nowhere to be seen. Pu Ku and Spectre watched anxiously. At the same time, they used the connection of their auras to check if Lu Yi was dead or alive. Although they had not interacted much with F.A. Wuzuan before, this was a tough battle of life and death. It was very easy for cultivators to form deep friendships through such battles. Trust and bonds between them were slowly born in this way. Although the battle today was a 3-person battle, the main force was undoubtedly F.A. Wuzuan. He was the one who had broken the skeleton general's sword Stormwind and ignored the skeleton general's netherworld Willow, the Wisp. If it was F.A. Wuzuan, even the person ranked first on the rankings would not have been able to do so. Spectre had originally invited F.A. Wuzuan to borrow the power of his disc array. However, after this battle, she realized that inviting F.A. Wuzuan was the wisest and the only way to win. Now that victory was in sight, both she and Pu Ku would find it hard to accept if F.A. Wuzuan died. Fortunately, they could sense F.A. Wuzuan's aura, the violent power slowly calmed down. In the place where the flames had originally enveloped, a figure stood. His face was covered in dust. Who else could it be but F.A. Wuzuan? In front of him was a pile of broken bones that clearly belonged to the skeleton general. Only his skull was still intact. The willow, the wisp in his right eye socket, was still completely extinguished, but it had become extremely dim. When Pu Ku and Spectre looked over, they happened to see the willow, the wisp slowly being extinguished. Lu Yi lifted his foot and stomped down. With a crack, the skull that was still intact shattered. He fell to the ground and took out a healing pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Although the Talon Tree's power could block the corrosion of the cold willow, the wisp, it could not block the impact of the final explosion. He had hurriedly constructed more than a dozen layers of holy guardian spirit inscriptions to protect himself, but they were all broken. He also suffered serious injuries. At this moment, his body was a bloody mess. His tattered clothes were stuck to his flesh and blood, and his internal organs were somewhat displaced. Pu Ku put away his fishing rod and rushed over with Spectre to check on his condition. After confirming that he was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a huge mystic light descended from the sky. If they won in such an exclusive scene, they would also be rewarded with mystic light and accumulated chips. The rewards would also be more generous than in an ordinary scene. If not for this, Spectre would not have spent so much effort to rope in helpers. If it was just a short blade treasure, she would not have spent so much effort, especially when she had determined that the short blade was only a spirit treasure. The 3 of them each took a corner of the hall and began to refine the mystic light while recuperating. If he was alone, Lu Yi would naturally be able to refine the mystic light very quickly. However, with Puku and Spectre around, he did not want to expose his secret of refining the mystic light so quickly. He could only refine it according to his normal cultivation speed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yi realized that Spectre had finished refining the mystic light and was cleaning up the battlefield. She picked up the short blade in the withered skeleton general's left eye and beamed with joy. Then she examined the withered skeleton general's huge sword for a while before putting it down. Following that, she began to search the hall again. As a qualified ghost cultivator, searching for treasures was a natural instinct, especially for a poor ghost like her. Even if there was a piece of spirit jade in the hall, she would be able to find it. Another 2 hours later, Lu Yi and Puku finished refining the mystic light. The three of them gathered again. Spectre held the short blade in her hand and coughed lightly. "I'll take this thing. It's useless for you guys to take it. I won't share the other things." The main reason was that her information was wrong, causing the three of them to almost fall into a desperate situation. Therefore, she took the initiative to take less of the benefits. Then, she pointed at the huge sword on the ground. "This Dharma treasure will be given to F.A. Wuzuan. He contributed a lot, so he should get more." Puku nodded, indicating that he had no objections. Lu Yi did not stand on ceremony and put the huge sword into his storage ring. This thing was a Dharma treasure. Although he could not use it, he could at least sell it. Of course, he did not lack spirit jades now, so it was very likely that he would give it to the sword gourd to devour. He wanted to know what kind of power the sword chi produced by the sword gourd would have after devouring the Dharma treasure. Finally, Spectre pointed at the 2 piles of storage rings in front of her. "You can each choose one of these 2 piles. Whether it's good or bad, it'll all depend on your luck." Chapter 1445. Since ancient times, the Constellation Hall had been opened countless times and countless cultivators had entered the hall. Of course, many of them had died in battle. After the cultivators died, their storage rings were left behind. The dried skeleton generals would not collect these things. They were all found by Spectre. At that moment, the storage rings in front of Lu Yi and Puku were piled up in piles of at least 30 to 40 rings. The restrictions on the storage rings had not been broken, so no one knew what was inside. Lu Yi casually chose a pile, while Puku chose another pile. "Thank you for this time. Let me know if you need anything in the future." Spectre looked at Lu Yi with a sincere expression. If it were not for F.A. Wuzuan, they would have been doomed. The main reason was that she did not expect to meet Yu Yao in this exclusive setting. Suddenly, she thought of something and added, "Except for the ghostly pattern," since she had already said that if F.A. Wuzuan asked to see the ghostly pattern on her body that was related to the aura concealment, she would be in an awkward position. Lu Yi nodded and did not say anything. He silently left the hall. When the dried skeleton generals died, the tightly shut doors of the hall slowly opened. Now that he had left, there was nothing holding him back. After returning to the Constellation Hall, Lu Yi raised his head and glanced at the point's ranking board. After being delayed for a few days, his ranking on the point's ranking board had fallen quite a bit. It seemed that as the deadline for the Constellation Hall's ranking battle approached, the cultivators on the points ranking board were working even harder than before. He did not mind. He was prepared to slowly fight his way up, according to the rules of the ranking battle. If the cultivators ranked ahead of him could accumulate more chips, the benefits he would obtain after defeating them would be even greater. This reminded him of rearing pigs. Usually, pigs would be slaughtered after they were fattened up. The ranking battle should not be too long away. Lu Yi did not intend to participate in it. After experiencing such a fierce battle with the dried skeleton generals, Lu Yi felt that fighting cultivators at the constellation level would not bring him much benefit. He might as well wait for the ranking battle to arrive. He found a corner, set up a formation, and sat down quietly. He began to use the power of the talent tree to deduce the concealment spirit pattern. He had spent 300,000 spirit jades to see the hidden ghost rune from Spectre, so he couldn't let it go to waste. Moreover, according to his past experience, deducing spirit runes from the talent tree was a very time-consuming thing. Previously, he had to spend at least half a year to deduce a new spirit rune. Therefore, it was better to do it as soon as possible. On the burning leaves of the talent tree, lines began to appear and disappear one after another. Lu Ye's mind also began to burst with all kinds of inspiration. At this time, the accumulation and precipitation of spiritual tattoos became very important. With enough accumulation and precipitation, more wonderful ideas could burst forth when deducing spiritual tattoos. Perhaps there would be a stroke of genius that could make a small fundamental change and greatly enhance the effect of spiritual tattoos. Since ancient times, spirit tattoos were basically born in this way. The improvement of one's strength had to be done step by step. Even if he had the talent tree, the improvement of his strength couldn't be too fast. If it was too fast, it would easily lead to an unstable foundation. Therefore, it was imperative to deduce the concealment spirit pattern. In this way, if he met an opponent he could not defeat in the future, he could hide. Slowly, he diverted a part of his attention and began to crack the restrictions on the storage rings he had brought out of the hull. He had spent a lot of effort to string so many storage rings around his waist. Suddenly, there were more, dozens of them. Naturally, he had to deal with them quickly. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to carry them around. After breaking through the restrictions on the storage rings one by one, Lu Yi poured out all the useful things within them and put them away according to their categories. There were some good things within the storage rings, but their value wasn't too expensive. After all, they were all left behind after the death of a Constellation Realm cultivator, so it was impossible for any heaven-defying treasures to appear. With Lu Ye's current wealth, there was already very little that could move him. He also took out the sword gourd. Some of the spirit treasures that he had no use for were all stuffed into the sword gourd and devoured. Even the withered skeleton general's huge sword was devoured. When Lu Yi first obtained the sword gourd, he only felt that it was strange. At that time, he was not knowledgeable enough and did not know how powerful the sword gourd was. It was only when he participated in the battle of the deity Sea that he learned that this thing was actually a treasure of a supreme treasure. Since it was a treasure of a supreme treasure, it would definitely have no problem devouring treasures of the same level. Lu Yi had guessed so before. Now that he tried it, it was indeed so. When he sensed it silently, he could clearly sense that there were 9 strands of peerlessly sharp sword chi within the sword gourd. The sword chi was condensed and restrained, and just by sensing it slightly, it caused one's hair to stand on end. One could imagine how terrifying the power of these 9 sword chi must be. In the future, if the sword cultivator clone made a move again, its strength would definitely be earth-shaking compared to the last time it appeared. This made Lu Yi look forward to it. As the restrictions on another storage ring were cracked, Lu Yi took out the item inside. Suddenly, he stared at the item in his hand with a surprised expression, because the item in his hand was actually a whitey spirit. There was actually a whitey spirit in the storage ring of a Constellation Realm cultivator who had died many years ago. Although storage rings had the effect of storing things, and ordinary things wouldn't rot for a long time, in reality, they couldn't maintain their freshness indefinitely. If ordinary food was stored in a storage ring, it would rot after 3 to 5 years at most. Whitey spirits were a type of constellation beast. Even if it could be preserved longer than ordinary food, 10 to 20 years was the limit. Any longer and it would definitely rot. However, the whitey spirit in Lu Ye's hand, apart from having no signs of life, looked as if it had just been fished up from the constellation sea. However, Lu Yi quickly realized that something was wrong. This whitey spirit didn't give him the feeling that it was made of flesh and blood. It was cold to the touch, as if it was carved out of some kind of special jade. He activated his spiritual power and poured it into it, wanting to investigate. A strange scene occurred. The spiritual power that Lu Yi activated was actually completely absorbed by the whitey spirit in his hand. He raised his eyebrows slightly. For such a situation to occur, it meant that the whitey spirit in his hand wasn't just an ornamental object, but a type of treasure, because only treasures could absorb a cultivator's spiritual power and then activate its power. This piqued his interest, and he poured even more spiritual power into the whitey spirit. He wanted to know what level of treasure this whitey spirit was, and what kind of power it possessed. However, something shocking happened. As Lu Yi poured more spiritual power into the whitey spirit in his hand, it seemed to come alive. Its gills slowly rose and fell as it breathed, and its tail also flicked. Lu Yi frowned slightly. This thing was a little strange. He immediately stopped pouring his spiritual power into the whitey spirit. Originally, he just wanted to see what kind of power this thing had, but this strange development made him wary. He had to figure out what this thing was first. Lu Yi originally thought that as long as he stopped pouring his spiritual power into the whitey spirit, nothing would happen. Who knew that he couldn't stop at all? The whitey spirit actually began to actively devour the spiritual power in his body, and at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yi wanted to shake the whitey spirit off, but it seemed to grow on his hand, and he couldn't shake it off no matter how hard he tried. With a whoosh, the crimson dragon saber was unsheathed, and Lu Yi slashed at the whitey spirit stuck to his hand. The whitey spirit seemed to really come alive. With a flick of its tail, it directly bounced up and nimbly avoided the slash. Then it began to swim around Lu Yi. In an instant, Lu Yi heard the sound of surging waves and the rising and falling of the waves. It was as if he had suddenly arrived at the edge of the sea. Following this sound, a dense light trailed behind the whitey spirit's tail. When the light dissipated, there really was seawater. In less than 2 breaths, Lu Yi was wrapped in a layer of seawater, and the whitey spirit was surging freely around him. Things were getting more and more strange. Lu Yi felt that it was very likely that he had activated something strange. But no matter what it was, under the premise that he didn't understand it, it was best to escape first to avoid unpredictable consequences. As for whether it was a real treasure, Lu Yi couldn't be bothered to care. With a thought, he immediately entered another hall. Looking carefully, there was no longer any seawater around him, and the whitey spirit was no longer swimming. Obviously, he had gotten rid of it. However, before Lu Yi could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt that something was wrong. Because in the past, no matter which hall he was in, there would be more or less cultivators gathered, coming and going. But at this moment, there was not a single person in sight. In the empty hall, there was only a ranking list. Not only was there no cultivator, but there were also many doors around the hall that cultivators could enter to participate in all kinds of competitions. Which hall was this? It was so quiet. Lu Yi guessed that this was probably one of the halls at the very end, but when he looked up, he was a little dumbfounded, because the dome was empty and there was no number. He stared at the dome for a moment in a daze, then lowered his eyebrows to look at the ranking list. When he saw the ranking list just now, he didn't pay attention, but now that he looked carefully, he found a strange thing. There was no name on the ranking list. In the Constellation Hall, no matter which hall it was, there would be a powerhouse's name on the ranking list, and the ranking list of each hall was the same. But not only was there no number here, even the ranking list seemed to have lost its original function. Lu Yi was a little confused for a moment. What was going on? Ever since he took out the whitey spirit from the storage ring, all kinds of strange things were really puzzling. However, he had gone through many storms and naturally had the ability to remain calm in the face of changes. No matter how unusual this hall was, it was always right to investigate first. Right now, he could only be sure of one thing, and that was that he was still in the Constellation Hall. Since he was in the Constellation Hall, he was protected by the rules of the Constellation Hall, so he was not very nervous. Chapter 1446. Based on the various signs, Lu Yi suspected one thing. That Bai Ling was most likely the entry token for a certain exclusive scenario. He infused his spiritual energy into the token and activated it. He thought he had entered another hall, but in reality he had been sent here. If that was the case, then this was a special entrance. It was the same as the tomb he had entered before. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before Spectre invited him, he had only heard of special entrances. But after Spectre invited him, he had entered 2 different special entrances in such a short time. Was this good luck or bad luck? If he hadn't entered the tomb with Spectre, he wouldn't have been able to obtain those storage rings as spoils of war, let alone by Ling. This was a bit of a coincidence. But according to what he knew, special entrances were often treasure-hunting trips. Take the tomb, for example. Strictly speaking, it was also a treasure-hunting trip. However, to obtain the final treasure, he had to kill the skeleton general first. But this hall didn't look any different from the Constellation Hall Louis had been to before. What treasures did it have? He searched carefully, not letting go of any abnormalities, but he didn't find anything, until Lu Yi came to the other end of the hall and saw a tightly shut door. Things had become a little strange, because the numbered constellation halls he had been to before were all sealed. Apart from entering the various competition grounds through the various doors, there was no such thing as a door at all. If a cultivator wanted to leave the Constellation Hall, it would only take a thought. The Constellation Hall wouldn't stop them. But this hall actually had a door. It didn't have a number. The tightly shut door was the only valuable clue he had found. Lu Yi estimated that he would have to pass through this door to enter the special entrance. This hall might just be a transfer point. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to explore. Lu Yi thought for a moment and replaced the scarlet dragon saber at his waist with the mountain pan saber. He then checked his own condition. After confirming that he was unharmed, he walked towards the door. Boom! A sound suddenly rang out. Lu Yi immediately stopped and pressed his hand on the mountain pan saber's hilt. He stared at the heavy door in front of him. The sound came from the other side. It seemed like something heavy was hitting the door. Boom, boom, boom. The banging sounds became more frequent, and with each strike, the heavy door showed signs of opening slowly. Lu Ye's figure fluttered, and he retreated dozens of feet back, waiting with rapt attention. Finally, after another collision, the door slowly opened a gap. Then a figure flashed and rushed in through the gap. Lu Yi unsheathed his long saber and prepared to meet the enemy. However, in the next moment, his movement stopped. As the Pan-Shan blade was unsheathed, a great fear descended upon him. He had a feeling that he could not fight with anyone in this palace. Otherwise, a disaster would befall him. Cultivators were also not allowed to fight in the numbered halls of the Constellation Hall. It seemed like the same rule applied here as well. If that was the case, it would be a good thing for him. At the very least, he would not have to worry about being attacked here. Only after sheathing his saber did he have the time to size up the figure that had barged in from outside. At first glance, he was greatly surprised because that thing actually looked like a seahorse. However, it was different from a normal seahorse. It had 2 horns on its head that looked like dragon horns. The tail on its back also looked like a dragon's tail. Its body was covered in a layer of fine scales. It was lying about 300 feet away from Lu Yi. Its abdomen rose and fell slightly. There was a pool of dark red blood on the ground. It seemed to be injured. What was impossible to ignore was the aura coming from this seahorse. It was at the late stage of the Constellation Hall. It was injured. It did not know how it did it. There was a piece of flesh missing from its back, and the blood was flowing from there. When it rushed into the palace, the seahorse was completely unprepared. It was only when it sensed Lu Ye's aura that it suddenly raised its head and looked in his direction. For a moment, they stared at each other blankly. Lu Yi did not understand why there was a seahorse here. The seahorse also did not understand what was in front of it. However, to Lu Yi, since there was a rule that forbade fighting here, no matter how strong the seahorse was, it was no threat to him. He stepped forward, wanting to take a closer look. The seahorse struggled to get up. Its tail touched the ground as it looked at Lu Yi cautiously. As Lu Yi stepped forward, the seahorse slowly retreated. Soon, it reached the door and could no longer retreat. Lu Yi vaguely felt that this thing should be a star beast. When he was exploring around the 9 states, he had encountered many star beasts. Star beasts had a very special aura, so it was easier to distinguish them. Moreover, star beasts all had strange appearances. Therefore, a seahorse star beast was not too strange. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yi asked, "Do you understand human language?" The seahorse stared at him without any reaction. It probably did not understand. However, from the looks of it, it was quite intelligent. This was different from most star beasts. No matter how strong star beasts were, they were no different from demonic beasts. They were muddle-headed and had no intelligence. If it could not understand, then there was no way to communicate. Lu Yi looked at the wound on its back and took out a bottle of healing pills from his storage ring. He poured out 1 pill and handed it to the seahorse. This was his personal territory. Since he could not kill an injured seahorse, he could only save it. It was just some healing pills. It was nothing. The seahorse looked at him and then at the healing pill in his hand. It did not move. It was obviously very cautious. Lu Yi did not force it. He raised his hand and threw the healing pill to it. Then he stood aside and waited. The two of them remained in a stalemate for a while. The seahorse seemed to be able to tell that Lu Yi had no ill intentions, so it lowered its head to look at the healing pill. It slowly moved its body, then lowered its head to sniff the healing pill. Its eyes lit up, and it swallowed the pill in 1 gulp. Even though it had never seen a healing pill before and did not know what it was, as a star beast, especially one in the late constellation realm, it could naturally determine what was useful to it. Although the seahorse's injury looked serious, it did not affect it much. It could already regrow its flesh and blood in the late constellation realm. It was just that it had expended a lot of energy. After eating the healing pill and resting for about an hour, the seahorse made a strange sound. It was short and rhythmic. Lu Yi had been paying attention to it, seeing that it kept nodding at him, as if to express its gratitude. Lu Yi nodded back. Then the seahorse turned around and disappeared through the gap in the door. He did not know where it went. It was gone just like that. Lu Yi was slightly stunned. He thought that, by saving the seahorse, it would be of some help to his future exploration. For example, the seahorse would take the initiative to get close to him and show him the way. He did not expect it to run away just like that. Well, it was fine. Lu Yi walked to the door and looked outside through the gap in the door that the seahorse had crashed into. He looked in silence for a moment. Then he raised his hand and closed the door expressionlessly. He felt that he must have seen wrongly. He took a deep breath and sorted out his thoughts. Then he opened the door again and looked outside. As far as he could see, there was seawater everywhere. A school of strange fish with shimmering bodies swam past him happily. Logically speaking, when the door was open, the seawater would definitely flow in. However, this hall seemed to have some kind of isolation power. The endless seawater outside could not flow in at all. It was all blocked by an invisible force. This place was actually under the sea. What shocked Lu Yi even more was that the seawater gave him a strange sense of familiarity. He reached out and put his hand into the seawater. The corners of his eyes could not help but twitch. Sure enough, that sense of familiarity was not an illusion. The seawater here was the same as the seawater in the 10,000 Elephant Sea. It was formed by extremely pure and rich starry sky energy. Moreover, it was extremely corrosive. That was because the talent tree had a very obvious reaction. A large amount of gray fog rose up. He withdrew his hand and fell into deep thought. The reason he was here was because he had activated the power of the treasure that looked like Bai Ling that he had found in a storage ring. According to his previous speculation, Bai Ling was the entry token for the exclusive scene. Therefore, this was his exclusive scene. The hall was just a transit point. He would only enter the real exclusive scene after he walked out of the door. But why was it under the sea? Moreover, the seawater was exactly the same as the seawater in the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Moreover, where else could there be such seawater in this world except for the 10,000 Elephant Sea? This place could not be the 10,000 Elephant Sea, right? While muttering to himself, Lu Yi took out his musical note and wanted to verify it. He found Tang Jun's imprint in the musical note and sent a message over. After waiting for a while, there was no response. He then sent a message to the manager of the 10,000 Elephant Chamber of Commerce, Chao Xiang. There was also no response. He faintly felt that he was overthinking. This was clearly his exclusive scene. Why would it be in the 10,000 Elephant Sea? However, after thinking about it carefully, if it was really under the 10,000 Elephant Sea, the musical note might not be useful. The seawater of the 10,000 Elephant Sea could almost completely block even divine sense. How could the musical notes communicate with each other? Meaningless guesses were meaningless. Since he was here, he could only go out and take a look. If other cultivators were here, they would probably only be able to hide in the hall. Once they left the hall, they would undoubtedly die. However, Lu Yi did not have such concerns. He had even cultivated under the sea before. He calmed his mind and activated the talent tree's power to envelop his body. He flashed out of the hall. The moment he stepped into the sea, Lu Yi felt an enormous amount of pure energy surge into his body. Even if he did not take the initiative to absorb it, it would be useless. Fortunately, the talent tree acted in time. The burning tree became even brighter, and a large amount of gray fog rose. The pressure was very great. Lu Yi felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. This made him certain of one thing. This place was definitely the deep sea. Only the deep sea could give him such pressure. In the past, when he cultivated under the sea, he only cultivated in shallow waters. He had never felt such a heavy feeling. Chapter 1447. It was dark under the sea and there was no light at all. However, Lu Yi was a consolation after all. Even in such complete darkness, as long as he was not too far away, he could still vaguely see some things. Of course, it would definitely not work if he was too far away. It was even more unreliable to rely on divine thoughts. He had tried it before. In the water of the Wansheng Sea, divine thoughts could not be more than 3 inches away from his body. The pure and rich starry sky energy suppressed divine thoughts too much. He tried to construct the insight spirit tattoo to enhance his eyes to see more clearly, but it did not blind Lu Ye's eyes. When the insight spirit tattoo was in effect, it could observe the flow of energy and then discover some things that could not be seen with the naked eye. The seawater was condensed from extremely pure and rich starry sky energy. So after the insight spirit tattoo was enhanced, what Lu Yi saw was a dazzling light that almost blinded him. He hurriedly dispersed the insight spirit tattoo. After swimming for a distance, he turned around to look back, wanting to see what the hall he had appeared in before looked like. In the dark water, the outline of a huge object seemed to be imprinted in his eyes, but he could not see it clearly. Just then, a school of fishes with shimmering bodies swam past him. With the help of the faint light, Lu Yi finally saw the appearance of the hall clearly. He was stunned for a moment because, from the outside, the shape of the hall gave him a very strong sense of familiarity. He had obviously seen this hall somewhere before. On second thought, wasn't this the Constellation Hall? When the Constellation Hall opened a few months ago, he had rushed over with Pike's ghost and had seen the Constellation Hall from the outside. Just from the surface, the hall in the deep sea in front of him was no different from the Constellation Hall he had seen a few months ago, whether in size or structure. The difference was that one was in a certain starry sky of the Wansheng galaxy, and the other was in the deep sea. The other difference was that one was illusory and the other was real. The Constellation Hall that many constellation cultivators rushed into was like an illusory existence. It stayed in the galaxy all year round, and any cultivator who passed by could see its existence. However, only when it was open would its doors open, and only then could cultivators enter to compete. Usually, Even if cultivators passed through it, they would not be obstructed in any way. But the hall in front of him was a real hall. It was unknown how long it had been in the deep sea. The surface of the hall was mottled, as if it had been eroded by the passage of time. Lu Yi took a closer look and realized that the mottled spots were traces of seaweed. The entire hall was wrapped in a strange kind of seaweed, as if it had grown a layer of fur. Looking back at the hall that looked exactly the same as the Constellation Hall, Lu Ye's heart thumped wildly. This thing, could it be the real Constellation Palace? The reason why he had such a conjecture was because Puka had told him something on the way to the Constellation Hall. Puka had said that some people speculated that the Constellation Hall that cultivators could enter was only a projection. That was why the Constellation Hall looked illusory and ethereal. When it was not open, anyone could pass through it. If the Constellation Palace there was truly just a projection, then there should be the real Constellation Palace there. There had been some powerful cultivators who wanted to use the projection to trace their tracks and find the real Constellation Palace. However, they were unable to make any progress. That was why there was a saying that the Constellation Hall was a starry sky treasure that had not fully evolved. Because it had not fully evolved, it appeared to be illusory. But if the one in the deep sea was the real Constellation Hall, it meant that it had already fully evolved and was a true starry sky treasure. It was just that no one could go deep into the deep sea, so naturally no one would find any traces of it. The more Lu Yi thought about it, the more he felt that it might be as he thought. This was the real Constellation Hall, but its projection was cast in a certain part of the starry sky of the Wanxiang Galaxy, which allowed Constellation Realm cultivators to enter and compete. If the hall in front of him was the real Constellation Hall, then where was this place? It couldn't be the real Wanxiang Sea, right? Just as he was thinking about it, another school of fish swam by in front of him. Lu Ye's gaze was immediately attracted because the school of fish looked very familiar. He had spent more than half a year fighting a battle of wits with these fish and earned his first bucket of gold in the Wanxiang Galaxy. White Spirit. Moreover, this school of white spirit fish was extremely large in number. There were at least 100,000 of them. Even if one white spirit fish was worth 3,000 spiritual jades, the total value of this school of fish was over 300 million spiritual jades. He had worked so hard to play such a big game of chess and sold so many formation discs, but he had only earned a little more than 100 million spiritual jades. In terms of value, it was only a little more than 30% of this school of fish. While Lu Yi was in a daze, the school of whitey spirit fish had already run far away. His expression was extremely solemn. This was because he realized that there was a great possibility that this was the Wanxiang Sea. There were whitey spirits in the Wanxiang Sea, and there were also whitey spirits here. It didn't make sense for things to be so coincidental. Although the Wanxiang Galaxy was vast, if there was a place that even sunshine cultivators couldn't set foot in, it would be the Wanxiang Sea. The main body of the Constellation Hall had always been hidden in the depths of the Wanxiang Sea, so no one had ever discovered its whereabouts. If that was the case, then 2 of the 3 space wonders of the Wanxiang Galaxy were in the same position, or rather, one of them was inside the other. This was definitely a shocking discovery. But Lu Yi wasn't too happy because this discovery didn't mean much to him. On the contrary, his current situation wasn't very good. Lu Yi didn't continue to stay in the deep sea. He swam towards the Constellation Hall again and returned to the interior of the Constellation Hall after a while. He had to sort things out. He had killed the withered skeleton general with ghost puke and divided the spoils of war. He had found a whitey spirit among the spoils of war. Through that whitey spirit, he had come here. However, he now realized that this was very likely the real Constellation Hall, and it was located in the depths of the Wanxiang Sea. What should he do? He had no clue. There were no treasures here, nor were there any enemies. There was only an empty hall. After thinking for a while, Lu Yi asked, "Do you have any instructions?" If the Constellation Hall was a starry sky treasure, then it must have its own intelligence, just like the reincarnation tree. Of course, it was also possible that its intelligence wasn't as complete as the reincarnation trees. However, regardless of whether it was complete or incomplete, it was still there. Therefore, Lu Yi felt that rather than exploring and guessing, he might as well ask directly. Perhaps he could get some inspiration and answers. However, after he asked, there was no response. It was as if the constellation hall didn't have its own intelligence. He asked again, "Is there anything you need me to do?" Still, there was no response. Lu Yi frowned and said again, "I'm out." He couldn't leave, just like in the withered skeleton general's hall. The rules of the constellation hall didn't apply. Lu Yi obviously knew that it wasn't that the rules of the constellation hall didn't apply. This was the main hall of the constellation hall. How could its own rules not apply? It was just that the constellation hall didn't allow him to leave. From the looks of it, the constellation hall did indeed have its own intelligence. However, for some reason, it didn't respond to his inquiry. Lu Yi didn't mind. If it was someone else who was trapped here, if the constellation hall didn't let them go, then they could only wait for death. However, he didn't have to rely on the constellation hall's rules to leave this place. He could totally swim out. If this was really the 10,000 Elephant Sea, then he just had to look in one direction. He asked again, "Is there anything you need me to do?" Still, there was no response. Lu Yi frowned and said again, "I'm out." He couldn't leave, just like in the withered skeleton general's hall. The rules of the constellation hall didn't apply. Lu Yi obviously knew that it wasn't that the constellation hall's rules didn't apply. This was the main hall of the constellation hall. How could its own rules not apply? It was just that the constellation hall didn't allow him to leave. From the looks of it, the constellation hall did indeed have its own intelligence. However, for some reason, it didn't respond to his inquiry. Lu Yi didn't mind. If it was someone else who was trapped here, if the constellation hall didn't let them go, then they could only wait for death. However, he didn't have to rely on the constellation hall's rules to leave this place. He could totally swim out. If this was really the 10,000 Elephant Sea, then he just had to swim in one direction and he would definitely be able to escape. It would just take some time. Of course, doing so would consume a lot of fuel for the talent tree. Fortunately, the talent tree's fuel reserves were very rich. Moreover, he had spent more than 10 million spirit jades to buy a large number of fire-type treasures. Thus, it shouldn't be a big problem. Right now, he was only glad that he didn't save spirit jades and went to Hall 88 to buy as much as he could. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to do so. "If there are no further instructions, I'm leaving," Lu Yi said. Seeing that there was still no response from the Constellation Hall, he decisively walked out the door. Then he identified a direction and quickly swam in that direction. As he swam, he was also looking around to see if he could find another school of white spirit fish. They were all spirit jades. Any one of them could be sold for a good price. Especially now that it was still the season for fish, the price would definitely be higher than usual. Just as he was leisurely swimming, a sense of danger suddenly rose in his heart. He turned his head and saw a black shadow rushing toward him aggressively. It obviously didn't come with good intentions. Lu Yi was just about to draw his saber when he suddenly remembered that this was the 10,000 Elephant Sea. If he drew his mountain pan saber, it would probably be eroded and damaged very quickly. He immediately abandoned the idea of drawing his saber. Clenching his fist, he punched in the direction the black shadow was coming from. He wasn't good at fighting with his fists. After all, he was a weapon cultivator who used a saber. However, his strength and foundation were still there. Under normal circumstances, such a punch would be extremely powerful. However, this was the deep sea. As soon as he punched, Lu Yi felt that something was wrong. The dense seawater wrapped around his fist. Before he could fully unleash his power, his fist's momentum had already weakened by 30%. Then he saw a bloody mouth biting toward him. In a hurry, his fist shot straight into the sky and slammed into one of the teeth in the mouth. A huge force burst forth, causing the seawater to churn. Lu Ye's figure retreated, and the black shadow was temporarily forced back. However, Lu Yi soon discovered that there wasn't just one black shadow. There were several of them. He had only just repelled one of them when the others had already pounced on him. Lu Yi was flustered to deal with it. In such an environment, his ability to display his strength was greatly affected. Normally, he would be able to kill these enemies with just a few strikes, but here he was in a perilous situation. For a moment, he felt like a dragon in shallow water being toyed with by shrimps. After fighting for a while, not only did Lu Yi fail to kill any of the black shadows, but they even seized the opportunity to bite him. He finally saw what these black shadows were. They were shark-like star beasts. Chapter 1448. This reminded Lu Yi of the seahorse he had treated in the Constellation Palace. There was a bite mark on the seahorse's back. Now, it seemed that it was most likely bitten by this shark star beast. In the Vientiane Sea, there were not only whitey, but also seahorse star beasts and shark star beasts. Perhaps there were more star beasts that Lu Yi and the rest of the world did not know about. However, because they had always lived in the deep sea, they had never exposed their whereabouts in front of people. These shark star beasts annoyed Lu Yi to no end. In the end, he couldn't bear it any longer and took out the scarlet dragon saber. With a few slashes, he killed 2 shark star beasts. The remaining 2 saw that the situation wasn't good and hurriedly fled. Lu Yi did not chase after them. In just a moment, the grade of the crimson dragon saber dropped layer by layer. The grade of a spirit treasure was directly related to the number of inhibition formations inside. The more inhibition formations there were, the higher the grade of the spirit treasure, and vice versa. The corrosive power of the Vientiane Sea's water was too strong. Although the crimson dragon saber was made of good materials, it could not withstand this degree of corrosion. The layers of restrictions inside the saber collapsed, causing its grade to drop. This was also the reason why those fishermen's fishing lines were specially refined with magnetic ores. If other materials were used, no matter how good the quality, they could not withstand the corrosion of the Vientiane Sea's water. Lu Yi hurriedly put away the crimson dragon saber. After thinking for a while, he put away the bodies of the 2 shark star beasts. Whitey, who lived in the Vientiane Sea, had extremely high edible and medicinal value. These shark star beasts were much more powerful than Whitey. He did not know whether they were useful or not. Anyway, he put them away first. He continued to swim in the designated direction, but Lu Yi had a bad feeling. This was because he realized that the depths of the Vientiane Sea were not peaceful. If he encountered shark star beasts, he could deal with them with his own ability. However, what if he encountered something he could not deal with? Who knew if there were Yu Yao or Ri Zhao star beasts in this place? If he encountered them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Yi hadn't swam far when he sensed a fierce battle ahead. Even though the 10,000 elephant sea was in the way, the shockwaves from the battle were not weakened in the slightest. It was a battle between 2 Yu Yao star beasts. Lu Yi was too far away to know what kind of star beast it was. He was not in the mood to investigate, so he quickly changed direction. As he swam, Lu Ye's body suddenly stiffened. Without thinking, he constructed the concealment and aura-restraining spirit tattoos for himself, because he suddenly realized that there was a huge shadow slowly passing under him. The shadow was enormous, at least 300 meters long. Strangely enough, Lu Yi hadn't sensed its aura at all before it arrived. Holding his breath, he lowered his head and quietly observed. A streak of scarlet suddenly bloomed and turned into a blood-red full moon. When Lu Ye's eyes met the full moon, his hair stood on end. How was that a full moon? It was clearly an eye. However, this eye was too big, as if a full moon had slid past his body. Ri Zhao, the astral beast that passed by him, was definitely at the sunshine level. Lu Ye's stealth and breath control were useless in front of such an astral beast. The beast's blood-red eyes were fixed on his position, and it continued to move forward without stopping. Soon it disappeared. Lu Yi broke out in a cold sweat. After confirming that the star beast was far away, He immediately turned around and rushed towards the Constellation Hall. He realized that he had been too naive. He thought that since the Constellation Hall would not let him go, he could swim out. However, it seemed that the situation in the Vientiane Sea was more terrifying than he had imagined. Not long after, he had encountered the Constellation Hall, sensed Yu Yao from afar, and almost had intimate contact with Rizhao. Fortunately, the Sunshine Star beast did not have any designs on him. It probably looked down on his small body. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. It was unrealistic to swim out on his own. Any danger he encountered along the way would be enough to consign him to eternal damnation. The Constellation Hall was still the safest. Lu Yi hurriedly returned and calmed himself down. He now seriously suspected that his appearance here was not a coincidence, but a plot by the Constellation Hall. In this vast Vientiane galaxy, he was probably the only one who could go deep into the Vientiane Sea. Perhaps the will of the Constellation Hall had already sensed him when he went into the sea to catch fish. This was not impossible. The Constellation Hall was a starry sky treasure. No one knew how powerful it was. Spectre's invitation to deal with the dried skeleton general and Pu's choice of spoils of war seemed to be coincidences. However, if the will of the starry sky treasure was involved, the cultivators of the Constellation Hall would not have sensed it. Even if Lu Yi did not obtain the White Spirit Pass, the Constellation Hall could have directly sent him here. Since that was the case, there must be a purpose. However, Lu Yi did not know what he wanted to do. Since the Constellation Hall had a will, it could have told him or given him a hint. However, it did not respond at all when he asked. Lu Yi could only vaguely guess that the Constellation Hall needed him to do something, but it was not convenient for him to explain it. Moreover, this matter definitely required his ability to go deep into the Vientiane Sea. What could it be? Lu Yi thought hard. If he wanted to leave this place, he could not rely on swimming. He could only ask the Constellation Hall to let him leave. However, before that, he had to do something that would satisfy the Constellation Hall. He suddenly recalled the scene he saw when he returned to the Constellation Hall. The entire surface of the Constellation Hall was covered with fluffy seaweed. If the Constellation Hall had a will, then it would definitely not be comfortable with such things growing on his body, right? Could it be? With that thought, Lu Yi suddenly had a direction and exited the Constellation Hall. However, he did not leave this time. Instead, he swam to the side of the Constellation Hall to take a closer look. From afar, these seaweed-like things looked like fluff. However, upon closer inspection, these things crisscrossed like an airtight net that enveloped the entire Constellation Hall. Lu Yi increasingly felt that his guess was correct. Of course, whether it was true or not, he would know after trying. He reached out, grabbed a handful of seaweed and pulled hard. He could feel the toughness of the seaweed, but it was still pulled apart by him. However, to Lu Ye's astonishment, the seaweed beside him seemed to have a mind of its own. Its figure danced enchantingly and rolled towards him. However, these seaweeds moved very slowly, and Lu Yi avoided them easily. Glancing at the severed seaweed in his hand, Lu Yi vaguely felt that this thing was good stuff. Perhaps it could be used to refine pills or something. Of course, he did not have any attainments in the Tao of pills. However, this was a companion of the Constellation Hall after all. Moreover, it grew under the Vientiane Sea. Naturally, it could not be worthless. After pondering for a while, he still put the seaweed away. If there was a chance in the future, he could take it out to inquire about the market. It did not matter if it was worthless. Lu Yi continued. The Constellation Hall did not respond at all. He did not know if he was doing the right thing. Of course, even if he was wrong, there was nothing he could do. Because, in the current situation, this was the only thing he could think of that he could do. After pulling for a while, Lu Yi found that this was not working. After the severed seaweed was pulled apart, the roots were still left on the wall of the Constellation Hall. After he left, these roots could grow again. He simply activated the divine blade, Spirit Tattoo, to enhance his palm. His 5 fingers gathered and straightened, turning into a shovel, and uprooted the seaweed. The constellation hull suddenly buzzed slightly, as if someone had scratched an itch. Lu Yi was startled and speechless. He was sure that the constellation hull wanted him to help uproot these seaweeds. Since that was the case, they could have just given him a revelation directly. Why did he have to guess and waste time and effort? However, on second thought, if the will of the constellation hull was unwilling to cause the destruction of these seaweeds because of him, it was indeed difficult to give Lu Yi any revelation. He could only let Lu Yi comprehend on his own. If Lu Yi comprehended it, everyone would be happy. If not, he would continue to be trapped. When he comprehended it, it would be over. Isn't this the same as having to do what you want to do? Lu Yi cursed in his heart. The roots of the seaweed were very tough and had grown here for many years. The roots were also very developed. Even if Lu Yi knew that his palm was enhanced with the Divine Blade Spirit Tattoo, the efficiency of uprooting was not high. Recalling the scale of the constellation hull, Lu Yi suddenly realized that this matter would probably take a lot of time. In this way, he was afraid that he would not be able to make it in time for the ranking battle. He was only glad that he had stored enough fire element treasures. Otherwise, he would not be able to last more than a few days with only the fuel reserves in his talent tree. While uprooting the seaweed, Lu Yi suddenly found something strange in a clump of seaweed. He fixed his eyes on it and found that it actually looked like a kind of shell-like thing. It looked like a barnacle, firmly attached to the wall of the constellation hull. It was continuous and made the surface of the constellation hull look bumpy. Lu Yi did not care what it was. Anyway, he only needed to uproot it and then threw it all into his storage ring. Seaweed may be good stuff, but this barnacle-like thing must be good stuff too. Not only were there barnacles, but there were also conch-like things stuck to the wall of the constellation hull. Lu Yi realized that there was actually a wonderful and rich world inside the Wanqiang Sea. He used to think that there were only things like Bai Ling in the Wanqiang Sea because he had never seen anything else. Only now did he realize that he was a little short-sighted. Did those Sunshine Realm cultivators know the secret of the Wanqiang Sea? Maybe they did, maybe they did not, but no matter whether they knew or not, the Wanqiang Sea itself was a huge treasure. No cultivator would give up because of the possible danger. Moreover, for so many years, there seemed to be no news of deep-sea star beasts causing trouble in the shallow sea. Lu Yi worked hard to uproot the seaweed and was really tired. However, he did not lack spiritual power because there was a large amount of spiritual power flowing into his body all the time. Not only did it replenish the spiritual power he consumed, but it also improved his foundation, forcing him to enter a state of high-efficiency cultivation. Comments on this chapter. Chapter 1449. Half a day later, Lu Yi returned to the Constellation Palace. It wasn't that he couldn't hold on. With the innate skill tree, he didn't need to fear the erosion of the seawater. As long as the innate skill tree had enough fuel, he could hold on. However, this passive cultivation method allowed him to refine a large amount of starry sky energy in a very short period of time. Once or twice wasn't a problem, but if he did it too many times, it might cause his foundation to become unstable. It was like a person eating alone. If he took the initiative to eat, he would naturally be able to control his appetite. But now he was being force-fed, so it was easy for his stomach to explode. He had to digest the energy to prevent his foundation from becoming unstable. Another half a day later, Lu Yi entered the seawater again to weed the Constellation Palace. However, besides the slight tremor from the Constellation Palace, there was no other strange reaction. 3 days later, as Lu Yi was stabilizing his strength in the palace, a figure suddenly rushed in from the open door. Lu Yi looked up and found that it was the seahorse he had encountered here before. Last time, something had bitten off a piece of flesh on its back, and it had quickly left after Lu Yi gave it some help. This time, it had returned covered in wounds and blood. What surprised Lu Yi even more was that the seahorse was carrying something on its back. When the seahorse rushed in, it fell to the ground and stained the floor with blood. The thing on its back was under the seahorse's weight, so Lu Yi couldn't see what it was. The seahorse looked up and let out a short and anxious cry to Lu Yi, as if it was asking for help. Lu Yi hurriedly got up and moved the seahorse to the side. Only then did he see what it was pressing down on. He was momentarily astonished, because what entered his eyes was actually a humanoid creature. The starry sky was vast, and there were tens of thousands of races. There were all kinds of creatures, and Lu Yi had even seen a soft, shapeless creature. It was very strange. However, it was undeniable that most intelligent life forms were humanoid or humanoid. Furthermore, all life forms in this form possessed extremely high intelligence. The creature in front of him could be considered humanoid because its upper body was human, but its lower body was not. From its waist down, it had a slender and beautiful 5-colored fishtail. This creature had a head of dark green, seaweed-like long hair, and her chest swelled up high. She was clearly a female, and there wasn't a single piece of clothing on her body. Only her chest area was covered by 2 shells. His skin was as white as snow, but there was a ghastly wound on his body. One could faintly see the beating of his internal organs. Mermaids? Lu Yi suddenly recalled some records she had read in the Vermin Resting Pool Pavilion. She knew that this was an extremely rare and precious race. Because this race was similar to the Fey race, they had unique abilities that were unique to themselves, which was why many powerful races in the starry skies coveted them. Moreover, the women of this clan were all as beautiful as flowers. Coupled with their unique physiques, they naturally attracted the interest of some people. However, according to the information recorded in the Rest Abyss Pavilion, the mermaid clan was on the verge of extinction, so Lu Yi didn't expect that he would actually encounter a mermaid here. This was indeed consistent with the information recorded in the Rest Abyss Pavilion, but Lu Yi was keenly aware that something was wrong. This was because the mermaid in front of her clearly had the aura of a star beast. It seemed that she was not a simple mermaid, or perhaps not a true mermaid. This was not difficult to understand. Creatures that could survive in the 10,000 elephant sea, even if they had the same form as the creatures outside, would undergo some unknown changes over the countless years. Seahorse and this mermaid were undoubtedly in cahoots, and both of them were seriously injured. Seahorse had been treated by Lu Yi before, so it brought the mermaid along with it. While Lu Yi was observing the mermaid, Seahorse came over and constantly emitted urgent cries, as if it was begging Lu Yi to quickly save its life. Lu Yi had no choice but to take out 2 healing pills and feed 1 each to the mermaid and Seahorse. Although Seahorse was injured, at least it was still conscious. However, the mermaid had already fainted, and Lu Yi could only pinch her mouth open and circulate his spiritual power to push the healing pill into her throat, helping her swallow it. Lu Yi knew nothing about medical cultivation, so even if Seahorse brought the mermaid over, there was a limit to what he could do. After feeding the mermaid with the healing pill, Lu Yi carefully inspected the mermaid's injuries. He discovered that although the mermaid's injuries were serious, it did not affect her foundation. The reason why she had fainted was probably because she had consumed too much energy. Immediately, Lu Yi took out a few healing pills and fed them to her. After that, there was nothing that he could do. However, there was something in the mermaid's hand that attracted his attention. He couldn't help but grab it to take a closer look, and he discovered that it was a weapon that looked like a spear. The weapon itself was very crudely made, and it was not beautiful at all. Even the lowest quality spiritual weapon in the Jojo continent was much better looking than this weapon. Lu Yi didn't know what material this weapon was made of, but after inspecting it, he was surprised to find that there was no restriction inside the weapon. Instead, it was mixed with a large amount of spiritual crystals. Without any restriction, it was impossible to determine the quality of the weapon. However, given the material itself, it could still exert great damage. However, Lu Yi could feel that this weapon was not hard enough. If he used too much strength, it could easily break. After observing it for a while, Lu Yi lost interest and put the spear on the ground again. Then he walked to the side and sat down with his legs crossed, continuing to stabilize his foundation. Time flew, and half an hour later, the mermaid, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly moved. It was obvious that she was about to wake up. Seahorse, who had been guarding beside her, seemed very nervous. Sensing the mermaid's movement, Seahorse hurriedly lowered its head and gently stroked her cheeks. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and a pair of blue eyes slowly opened. Her eyes were filled with confusion. In fact, she really didn't know where she was. She was already unconscious when Seahorse brought her here. If it wasn't for Seahorse's fast speed, she would have died in the Wanxiang Sea. Seeing her mount, the mermaid was slightly relieved. She raised her hand and patted Seahorse's cheeks. Then Lu Yi heard Seahorse mumbling something, but he didn't know what it was trying to say. What surprised him was that the mermaid actually understood what it was trying to say. The mermaid slowly got up, and like Seahorse, her fishtail touched the ground. She looked in the direction where Lu Yi was, and a hint of surprise flashed through her blue eyes. However, she bowed slightly to express her gratitude to Lu Yi, and said something that Lu Yi couldn't understand at all. In fact, many races in the starry sky had their own unique languages, and many languages had magical powers. For example, the language of the fairy race was used to cast their blessings in the fairy race's language. If it was changed to another language, it wouldn't have any effect at all. However, in the starry sky, the human race was the largest race. Traces of the human race could be seen everywhere. Therefore, the human race's language had become a common language. No matter what race a creature was, if they wanted to integrate into the starry sky, they had to learn the human race's language. The mermaid was still saying something, but Lu Yi pointed to his ears and slowly shook his head. Only then did the mermaid show a look of realization. Then she swung her fishtail and slowly came to Lu Yi. A gentle smile appeared on her pale face. She raised a white finger and pointed it at Lu Ye's forehead. Lu Yi frowned slightly. He didn't know what she was going to do, but he didn't sense any hostility from her, so he didn't dodge. Her finger touched Lu Ye's forehead. It was cold to the touch, and the mermaid opened her mouth. In the next second, Lu Yi heard a song echoing in the hall. The fairy race had the ability to cast blessings, which was a unique ability of the fairy race. The mermaid could sing, and her singing contained an extremely mysterious power. All of this was recorded in the Rest Abyss Pavilion. Lu Yi had never heard such a beautiful singing voice, and he almost couldn't use words to describe his feelings at this moment. As the singing voice spread out, the surface of the mermaid's body was filled with a faint halo, making her look noble and holy. Lu Yi felt the seawater in his shen, high, gently rolling, as if there was a breeze blowing across the surface of the sea. Then something seemed to be opened, and a voice sounded in his mind. "Are you a human?" Lu Ye's eyes flashed, looked at the mermaid in front of him, and asked tentatively, "Can I understand your language? Or have you learned my language?" The mermaid pointed to her mouth and gently waved her hand. Lu Yi came to his senses and repeated the question with his divine sense. The mermaid smiled and replied, "Neither. This is just a resonance of thoughts." Lu Yi understood. This was because he had encountered this before. When the Constellation Palace opened, there was a grand and mighty voice. It was clearly not a language, but what sounded in Lu Ye's mind was a sentence that he could understand. It was a kind of resonance in their minds. Lu Yi heard one sentence, and the other races might have heard another, but the meaning should be the same. The Constellation Palace was a starry sky treasure, and the power transmitted from it could easily resonate the thoughts of all living beings in the entire Wanxiang galaxy. This mermaid didn't have this ability, and she obviously borrowed the power of the singing voice just now. Sure enough, the mermaid's singing voice was as mysterious as recorded. "Are you a human?" the mermaid asked again. "Yes," So there are good people in the human race. Lu Yi didn't know what the mermaid herd of the human race was like, but he thought that it wouldn't be anything good, so he said, "No matter which race, there are good people and bad people. Also, I saved you, but I'm not necessarily a good person." This made the mermaid a little confused. She pondered for a moment and said, "Whether you are a good person or a bad person, since you saved me, you are my benefactor." Lu Yi subconsciously looked at her fishtail, because if the mermaid said that she wanted to repay him with her life at this time, he was very curious how she would repay him. "Unfortunately, I have nothing to repay you with." A trace of sadness flashed in the mermaid's eyes. "My home is being invaded. If I can come back alive, I will bring a gift of gratitude. If I don't come back, it means that I died there." Chapter 1450. The invasion of one's home was undoubtedly a sad thing, but it had nothing to do with Lu Yi, and he had no intention of interfering. He was here to weed out the weeds for the Constellation Hall, and he had no power to interfere with the disputes under the Vientiane Sea. The mermaid had not recovered from her injuries, and it was obviously not suitable for her to participate in any battles. However, this was her own choice, and Lu Yi did not want to dissuade her. If Zhuzhou was in danger, even if he had a little strength left, he would never give up fighting. He could only say, "Then I'll help you prosper." The mermaid asked, "May I know your name?" "Li Taibai." The mermaid nodded. "My name is Bai Lu." The mermaid Bai Lu rode on the seahorse and left. Lu Yi did not know if she would be able to come back alive. As for the gifts and whatnot, Lu Yi just listened to what Bai Lu said. After resting, he continued weeding. The process was boring. In the first few days, Lu Yi did not encounter any danger. But as time went by, some star beasts from the Vientiane Sea would appear from time to time, and he was annoyed. Most of these star beasts were not strong. If they were not in the sea, Lu Yi could easily deal with them. However, the deep sea greatly limited Lu Ye's strength, and he did not dare to use the Pan Shan saber casually. The Crimson Dragon saber had been through several battles and was completely destroyed by the seawater of the Vientiane Sea. It was a superb spiritual treasure worth thousands of spiritual jades. On this day, Lu Yi was attacked again when he was weeding. It was an octopus-like star beast. Its 8 tentacles were like 8 whips, and it was very difficult to deal with. Lu Yi fought with it for a while and found that he was no match for it, so he could only retreat to the Constellation Hall to rest. He did not expect that this guy would follow him in. It obviously felt the rules of the Constellation Hall, so it only followed Lu Yi and did not disturb him. This was very annoying. Lu Yi thought for a while and suddenly rushed out of the Constellation Hall. The octopus followed closely behind. It probably wanted to kill Lu Yi once and for all, but it did not expect that as soon as it came out of the hall, it was greeted by a few streaks of sword light. The octopus star beast did not even have time to react before it was pierced by the sword light. Even its head was pierced, and it died on the spot. Lu Yi leisurely swam back, carrying the sword gourd in his hand. The sword chi was naturally released by the sword gourd. He had finally found the best weapon to deal with the star beasts in the myriad phenomenon sea. Ordinary treasures were not suitable to be used in the 10,000 elephant sea, but the sword gourd was different. This thing was a starry sky supreme treasure, and Lu Yi did not feel any signs of erosion from it. In other words, it was capable of resisting the corrosion of the myriad ocean's water, and it was probably the only treasure in his possession that was capable of resisting corrosion. Moreover, the sword gourd had devoured many spirit treasures in the past, so the sword chi it could produce was on a completely different level compared to the last time Lu Yi had used it. Coupled with Lu Ye's growth in strength, the sword gourd could not be underestimated. He grabbed one of the octopus star beast's tentacles and dragged it into the Constellation Palace. After setting up a fire, Yihua chopped off a tentacle frame, chopped it into many small pieces, and roasted it on top of the fire, The rules of the Constellation Palace forbade disputes, so there was no problem with roasting meat. Moreover, Lu Yi wanted to know if the star beasts in the myriad phenomenon sea had any edible value. If they did not, then there would be some space in his storage ring. He had collected many star beast corpses before. Not long after, Lu Yi grabbed a piece of roasted octopus meat that was sizzling with oil and took a big bite. It was unexpectedly delicious, and he could clearly feel that the meat was rich in energy. This thing indeed had a great edible value. It was not inferior to Bai Ling's and was even better. He would definitely be able to sell it for a good price, and he could easily recoup the loss of the scarlet dragon saber. While eating with his mouth full of oil, Lu Yi suddenly raised his head and saw a large group of figures rushing in from the main hall. The leader was the mermaid Bai Lu, whom he had seen last time. She was still riding on her seahorse and holding the spear in her hand. Other than her, there were 7 or 8 other mermaids, all of whom were riding seahorses like her and holding various crude weapons in their hands. Most of them were injured. When they rushed in, they immediately turned around, as if they were on guard against something. At the secluded area of the door, the seawater was broken, and an extremely ferocious head rushed in and landed in front of the group of mermaids. Lu Yi looked at it and found that it was the shark star beast that he often encountered. After it landed, it opened its bloody mouth and kept biting the mermaids closest to it. Another shark star beast rushed in, then the third, the fourth. In the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen shark star beasts in the main hall. These star beasts were obviously chasing after the mermaids. Bai Lu shouted something, and Lu Yi saw the mermaids slowly retreat, maintaining a vigilant posture. However, the shark star beasts did not stop chasing, but because they were not in the sea, their movements were very stiff, and the mermaids were not worried for the time being. Lu Yi looked on coldly, and he felt that these shark star beasts were much more stupid than the octopus that he encountered just now. When the octopus came in, it at least knew that it could not fight with Lu Yi, but the sharks did not stop. This was not just a difference in intelligence, but more likely the sharks were in a frenzy. Sure enough, in just a moment, an inexplicable power suddenly descended, and those ferocious shark star beasts did not even have time to react before they exploded into blood mist. This was obviously the rule of Constellation Palace at work. Seeing that the shark star beasts had exploded into blood mist, the mermaids breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Lu turned around and looked at Lu Yi apologetically, as if she felt that their arrival had disturbed Lu Ye's peace. Then she turned her head and told her companions, jumped down from the seahorse, and floated towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi was still looking at the other mermaids and found that, just like what was recorded in Rest Abyss Pavilion, the mermaid's appearance was in a state of 2 extremes. The mermaids were all as beautiful as flowers and jade, but the mermaids were different. They all had fish heads, but their lower bodies were human, so they looked extremely ugly. However, there were also mermaids with human lower bodies instead of fishtails. Lu Yi suddenly realized that these mermaids with human bodies were most likely married women. In other words, they were no longer pure, which was why their lower bodies were in human form and had legs. Only mermaids with purine bodies like Bai Lu would maintain their lower bodies in the form of fishtails. Bai Lu arrived in front of Lu Yi and handed him an object with both hands, her divine sense surging. "Li Tai Bai, can I use this to exchange for some round things?" Lu Yi looked over and found that the object in Bai Lu's hand was a large piece of pure spirit crystal. As for the round things she mentioned, Lu Yi quickly reacted and took out a bottle of healing pills and recovery spirit pills. "This?" Bai Lu quickly nodded. "Yes, this." Of course, Lu Yi had no problem. Spirit crystals were much more valuable than spirit jades, and such a large piece was worth at least tens of thousands of spirit jades. It was naturally not a loss for him to exchange it for some spirit pills. He readily took out some spirit pills for healing and recovery, but mainly for recovery. This was because he found that these mermaids did not need healing spirit pills very urgently. After all, they were all constellation tier, and as long as their injuries were not serious, it would not be a big problem. Healing spirit pills could only speed up the recovery of their injuries. Instead, recovery spirit pills were more useful to them. Of course, they could use spirit jades or spirit crystals to recover, but if they were in battle, how could they have the time to do so? Even in their normal state, swallowing spirit pills would be faster for them to recover. Bai Lu thanked him gratefully and accepted it. Then, she handed over another spirit crystal in her hand. This is a thank you gift for last time. Lu Yi looked at it and did not refuse, accepting it happily. Bai Lu turned around and returned to her companions, distributing the spirit pills she had obtained. The mermaids on the other side looked at Lu Yi from time to time, looking very curious. However, Lu Yi could feel that they were somewhat wary of him. Thinking back to what Bai Lu had said last time, Lu Yi guessed that within the mermaids, the human race's position should not be too good. But then again, these mermaids were really rich. Such a large piece of spirit crystal was rare in the outside world, but Bai Lu could casually take out 2 pieces. Moreover, their weapons were also mixed with large amounts of spirit crystals, which meant that they did not lack these things. After all, they lived in the depths of the 10,000 Elephant Sea, where rich and pure starry sky energy gathered everywhere. If there was some kind of catalyst or power that made the seawater more condensed, it would not be strange for spirit jades or spirit crystals to form. Lu Ye's thoughts turned, and he suddenly had an idea. He called out, "Bai Lu!" On the other side, Bai Lu heard his call and turned to look at him. She pointed at herself, as if asking if Lu Yi was calling her. Lu Yi nodded. Bai Lu immediately floated over again. Lu Yi asked, "How's your battle?" Bai Lu shook her head. "Not too good. The enemy's numbers are too great, so we can only fight from afar. However, in order to protect our home, we will not give up." Lu Yi nodded. "Perhaps I can provide you with some insignificant help." Bai Lu looked at him, somewhat surprised. "You're willing to participate in the battle?" But even so, a single human would not be of much use. This was a war between 2 races, and it was not something that a single person could change, unless it was Ri Guang. However, Bai Lu could sense that this Li Tai Bai was only at the middle stage of the constellation realm, and did not seem to be stronger than her. Bai Lu did not want Lu Yi to participate in the battle, because it might bring him danger. Lu Yi shook his head. "I won't participate in the battle, but I have a treasure that is incomparably mysterious. It can probably increase your strength." As he said this, Lu Yi took out the twin Qi linked branches formation disc. Chapter 1451. At the auction, Lu Yi had sold a total of 10,000 formation discs, but he still had some in stock. Lu Yi wasn't sure how effective the formation discs would be under the 10,000 Elephant Sea, but it wouldn't be a problem to try. Of course, the prerequisite was that the merfolk could protect their formation discs from being corroded by the seawater. As for how to solve this problem, it wasn't something Lu Yi needed to consider. "What's this?" Bai Lu looked at the formation disc curiously. Because they lived under the sea all year round and were restricted by the environment and their own abilities, the merfolk had no achievements in the Tao of artifact forging. The weapons in their hands were only crudely made and didn't have many traces of artifact forging. Naturally, they had never seen a formation disc before. "Take it to your companions. Try it, and you'll know." As Lu Yi spoke, he took out a blank jade slip. His spiritual sense surged, and he condensed some information into it. "This is for you too." What he condensed was the subtlety of the black tortoise array. If the merfolk could really use the array plate to enhance the power of their race, then they must have an array. In such a battle between races, the black tortoise array was undoubtedly a very practical array. Of course, perhaps the merfolk had their own array, which would be even better. Bai Lu took it and returned to her tribe with a puzzled expression. A female merfolk came over and looked at Lu Yi as she said a few words to Bai Lu. Bai Lu shook her head and only gestured to the formation disc in her hand. Following Lu Ye's instructions, Bai Lu tried to channel her power into the formation disc. In an instant, a mysterious power surged. Within the range of the formation disc, all the merfolk revealed extremely shocked expressions, especially the male merfolk. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, looking extremely comical. After sensing the mysteries of the twin chi connecting branches formation disc, all the merfolk's gazes were attracted. Bai Lu's face even showed great joy. Clearly, she had recognized the great value of the formation disc. The merfolk fiddled around. Although it was their first time using a formation disc, they were all Constellation Realm cultivators, so they quickly familiarized themselves with it. Not long after, Lu Yi saw that they had formed the Black Tortoise formation. The most difficult thing about formations was the connection of the cultivator's chi. After solving this problem, the rest was very simple. Therefore, even if they had just come into contact with the Black Tortoise array, with the help of the array disc, the merfolk could easily form it. Bai Lu had undoubtedly realized the great value of the array disc. She excitedly returned to Lu Yi and pleaded, "Li Tai Bai, can you give me more of those things?" He probably knew that it was inappropriate to ask for it directly, so he added, "I can exchange it with spirit crystals, but I didn't bring many with me this time. I'll bring them to you next time." Lu Yi was waiting for her to say this. She nodded immediately. "No problem. How much do you need?" Bai Lu was pleasantly surprised by Lu Ye's straightforwardness. However, she revealed a conflicted expression because she realized that this thing was very precious, so it wasn't good to ask for too much. However, if the amount was too little, it wouldn't be enough to solve the tribe's crisis. After thinking for a while, she steeled her heart and gritted her teeth. 10. Lu Yi looked at her. "I'll give you 50. Bai Lu was pleasantly surprised. "Thank you so much. If my tribe can successfully survive this crisis, then you'll be the most important friend of my tribe." Lu Yi didn't care whether they were friends or not. The key was that spirit crystals weren't easy to obtain. Although he had 100 million spirit jades, he didn't have a single spirit crystal. In the future, when his cultivation reached Yu Yao's level, whether it was to buy the transcendent artifacts that Yu Yao needed or to cultivate, he would need spirit crystals. Thus, although spirit jades were the main currency used in the starry sky, the higher one's cultivation, the greater one's thirst for spirit crystals would be. Lu Yi naturally wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to accumulate more spirit crystals for future use. After taking out 50 array discs, Bai Lu couldn't take her eyes off them. However, she soon found herself in a dilemma. How was she supposed to bring back so many array discs? She definitely couldn't just take them away like this. Once they left the temple, these things would definitely be corroded by the seawater and become useless. More importantly, the merfolk race didn't have storage rings. After thinking for a moment, Bai Lu turned around and gave an order to her companions. Many mermaids and mermen rode their seahorses over. Every seahorse lowered its head and opened its mouth to hold an array disc. When Lu Yi saw this, he immediately understood that the problem of using the formation discs in the 10,000 Elephant Sea had been solved. The merfolk race didn't need to hold the formation discs in their hands. The seahorses only needed to wrap the formation discs in their mouths. Fortunately, their mouths were large enough to prevent the formation discs from being corroded by the seawater. Moreover, the seahorses were Constellation Realm star beasts and were quite intelligent. They were completely capable of activating the power of the formation discs. However, there were only a dozen or so seahorses. Each seahorse held a formation disc in its mouth, so there were still more than 30 formation discs left. Bai Lu said, "Leave these things here for now. I'll come back for them later." Lu Yi thought for a moment, then took out a set of tools from his storage ring. He instructed Bai Lu, "Give me your hand." Bai Lu didn't know what he wanted to do, but after interacting with him a few times, she more or less trusted him. She stretched out her small, white hand in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised his hand and grabbed it. Bai Lu's body trembled. She almost instinctively wanted to withdraw her hand, but she still held it in place. However, behind her, the group of merfolk all had angry expressions. They glared at Lu Yi with fire in their eyes, as if he had done something disgraceful and evil. There was even a male merfolk who was mumbling something unintelligible. He clenched the hammer in his hand tightly. Judging from his posture, it looked like he would smash Lu Ye's head if he didn't let go. Bai Lu turned her head and scolded them. Only then did the merfolk calm down, but their expressions were still unfriendly. Lu Yi didn't care. He picked up the needle, dipped it in the beast blood, and stabbed it into the back of Bai Lu's hand like lightning. The merfolk's expressions became more and more furious. Bai Lu frowned slightly. Lu Ye's actions caused her some pain, but it was very slight. The main reason was that she didn't know what Lu Yi was doing. However, Lu Yi quickly put away the needle and nodded slightly at Bai Lu. "It's done." Bai Lu withdrew her hand and looked at the back of her hand in confusion. There was nothing special there except for a few needle holes that were rapidly healing. However, she was clearly aware that there was definitely something extra on the back of her hand. "What is this?" Bai Lu asked. Lu Yi explained, "It's a void tattoo. It can open up a small space on the back of your hand, allowing you to store some things that you don't usually use." Bai Lu's blue eyes couldn't help but light up. A storage space? The merfolk clan didn't have things like storage rings and storage bags. Only the queen of their clan had a treasure that could store things. That thing was not eroded by seawater. It could be said that it was one of the most important treasures of the entire clan because many valuable things were stored in it. So when she heard Lu Yi say that there was a storage space on the back of her hand, Bai Lu was extremely surprised. In the merfolk's inherent concept, storage was a very mysterious and magical thing. It was definitely not an ability that an individual could possess. This was not because they were short-sighted, but because they were restricted by their living environment. Bai Lu immersed herself in feeling, and soon noticed the existence of the storage space on the back of her hand. She was even more surprised. She tried to put away those formation plates, and sure enough, there was no difficulty at all. Calming down the excitement in her heart, she bowed slightly, clenched her fist, and placed it on her right chest. With a solemn expression, she said, "Thank you, Li Tai Bai. My merfolk clan will remember your kindness." When she did this, the group of merfolk behind her couldn't help but restrain their expressions and bow together. Lu Yi guessed that this should be a very noble etiquette for the merfolk clan. He waved his hand and said, "Go!" Bai Lu turned around, rode her seahorse, and quickly rushed out of the Constellation Palace with her clansmen, broke into the vast sea, and disappeared without a trace. Watching them leave, Lu Yi continued to roast the meat. The reason why he gave Bai Lu a void tattoo was not entirely to let her take away the formation plates. Lu Yi thought more about it. Without a storage space, the next time Bai Lu came, even if she wanted to bring more spirit crystals, she wouldn't be able to. However, things were different with a storage space. At the very least, she would be able to bring more spirit crystals, and this was beneficial to him. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lu Yi turned his head to look at the rankings with a slightly helpless expression. Calculating the time, it should be time for the ranking battle, but he was trapped here and couldn't rush back. If he couldn't rush back, he wouldn't be able to participate in the ranking battle. Perhaps when the Constellation Palace closed, his name would have already disappeared from the rankings. This was a huge loss. One had to know that leaving one's name on the rankings had many benefits. The most basic benefit was that the cultivator would have a chance to advance to the Yu Yao realm in the Constellation Palace. This was also the biggest reason why those old Constellation Palace cultivators would rather suppress their cultivation and wait for the Constellation Palace to open. It would be easier and safer to advance to the Yu Yao realm in the Constellation Palace. Moreover, after advancing to the Yu Yao realm, the cultivator's cultivation direction would involve the refinement of qi. The qi in the cultivator's body was the spiritual power of the constellation realm and below, which was the Yu Yao's magic power. If one could advance to the Yu Yao realm in the Constellation Palace, their magic power would be purer, and their strength would also be stronger. All the cultivators who left their names on the rankings would have a chance to advance to the Yu Yao realm. There was no time limit. At any time, the cultivator could enter the Constellation Palace. Moreover, this was only the most basic benefit. The higher one's ranking, the greater the benefits one could obtain. It was said that the top 10 cultivators would have some special rewards, and even the worst reward would be a top-grade artifact. However, Lu Yi had no fate with these rewards. He reckoned that if he was lucky, he would still be able to maintain his ranking on the rankings. As for his ranking, he didn't have any extravagant hopes. While he was staying where he was, the others were surging forward. Soon he would be left in the dust. He only hoped that the Constellation Hall would not treat him too harshly on account of his hard work in weeding the weeds here. Chapter 1452. In the end, the reason Lu Yi was trapped here was most likely because of the Constellation Hall's will. The will of the Constellation Hall had long sensed that he could move about in the 10,000 Elephant Sea, so it brought him here. In the end, there was no revelation. If it weren't for Lu Ye's sharp mind, he probably wouldn't have thought that his mission was to weed. But then again, the mere people in the 10,000 Elephant Sea were intelligent creatures. If the will of the Constellation Hall simply wanted someone to help with weeding, it could have asked the mere people to help. Why did it have to bring him here? Lu Yi faintly guessed that there was a deeper meaning to this that he didn't understand. But looking at the current situation, other than peacefully weeding, there was nothing else he could do. Moreover, to him, this was a rather time-consuming task. In the following days, Lu Yi continued his monotonous and boring weeding work. His storage ring was almost full. The seaweed that he couldn't store could only be brought back to the Constellation Hall to be piled up. From time to time, star beasts from the 10,000 Elephant Sea would attack, and Lu Yi would use his sword Qi to kill them. Occasionally, he would also sense the aura of the moon jade star beast. Naturally, Lu Yi didn't dare to fight them. He would retreat early and run back to the Constellation Hall to hide. Lu Yi discovered something very strange. Although the door to the Constellation Hall was open, very few star beasts would run in. He didn't know why. The seahorse he encountered the first time ran in because it was being chased into a corner. Almost 10 days later, when Lu Yi was diligently weeding outside the hall, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something coming this way, out of the corner of his eye. When he fixed his eyes on it, he was surprised to see that it was the Merfolk clan. Who else could it be but Bai Lu? The Mer people were still riding their seahorse star beasts. Bai Lu also noticed Lu Yi and came to a place not far from him, looking at him curiously. Lu Yi gestured for her to enter the Constellation Hall and wait for him. Bai Lu nodded and led her people into the Constellation Hall. Lu Yi followed, closely behind. It was time to reap the rewards. Lu Yi didn't know how many spirit crystals Bai Lu would bring. He was looking forward to it. When he arrived at the hall, Lu Yi looked up and sized up. This time, there weren't many mere people, only 4 of them. It seemed that Bai Lu was the leader, but Lu Ye's gaze was immediately attracted to a woman beside Bai Lu. It wasn't that she was beautiful, but Lu Yi could feel that she was a mermaid from the Jade Moon realm. Previously, he had guessed that the merfolk had Yu Yao. After all, they were a race, so it was impossible for them to only have one constellation. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. As for whether or not Yu Yao had Yu Yao, that was unknown. Bai Lu looked very happy and said excitedly to Lu Yi, "Li Tai Bai, we won!" Although the price they paid was not small, in the end they won the battle. This also meant that the mermaid clan would not be in danger of being exterminated in the near future. The greatest credit for this victory was undoubtedly due to the formation discs that Bai Lu brought back. With those 50 formation discs, the Merfolk clan had formed 50 formations, each of which played a crucial role in sweeping away the enemy that had invaded their homeland. This also allowed the Merfolk clan to fully realize the immense power of the array disc, as well as the terrifying improvement it could bring to a clan like theirs. Congratulations! Lu Yi nodded slightly. He was not surprised by this result. Previously, the Merfolk clan had been engaged in a fierce battle with an unknown enemy. Although Lu Yi did not see what the real battle looked like, he estimated that the difference in strength between the two sides was not too great. Under such circumstances, once one side improved as a whole, victory would be easy. Right, these are the spirit crystals I exchanged with you. Bai Lu suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took out the spirit crystals she had brought with her. In an instant, the spirit crystals in front of Lu Yi piled up to the height of a person. Looking at these spirit crystals, Lu Ye's expression did not change, but he was actually quite happy on the inside. It was rare to be able to obtain so many spirit-grade crystals so easily. In terms of value, this pile of spirit crystals was at least 10 million spirit jades. Of course, this was only in terms of value. In reality, 10 million spirit jades could not be exchanged for so many spirit crystals in the starry sky. However, Lu Yi was still someone who had seen a lot. He still had 100 million spirit jades at his waist. Although these spirit crystals were not a small number, it was not enough to make his heart waver too much. Bai Lu looked sincere. Li Ya Bai, as the princess of the mermaid clan, I sincerely express my gratitude to you. On behalf of my people, I would like to express my most sincere gratitude for your contribution and support. From now on, you are the most important friend of my mermaid clan. Lu Yi said politely, I didn't do anything. The truth was that he had taken out those formation discs before mainly because the mermaid clan was rich and overbearing, and he wanted to get more spirit crystals. Judging from the current situation, it was undoubtedly very good. As for friends, some things were useless with words. The key was to see how it was done. He was a little surprised that Bai Lu was actually the princess of the mermaid clan. This was something he did not expect. He only knew that Bai Lu's status would not be too low. This could be seen from the reaction and attitude of those mermaids last time. Bai Lu shook her head. If it were not for your support, more of my clan would definitely have died. This war might really have been lost, and we would definitely have no home to return to. Once the mermaid clan had no place to settle down, they would have to face thorns at every step in this dangerous Wanxiang Sea. Lu Yi really didn't do anything, but to the mermaid clan, this was a great kindness. The Yao mermaid on the side coughed softly. Only then did Bai Lu come back to her senses. Li Tai Bai, this is the great elder of our clan, Yan Miao. This time, she came here on behalf of our clan to discuss something with you. Lu Yi looked at the mermaid called Yan Miao. Yan Miao smiled slightly. She was born very beautiful, and her eyes were full of charm. Under this smile, there was a sense of seduction. She said something, but Lu Yi did not understand. Bai Lu explained, the great elder wants to use the enlightenment technique to resonate with your mind. This way it will be easier to talk. Lu Yi understood. His previous experience had taught him that he could resonate with the mind of whoever used the enlightenment technique on him. If Yan Miao really wanted to talk to him about something, she could only use the secret technique first. He nodded to show that he could. Yan Miao gently opened her mouth and sang. She raised a slender finger and nodded at Lu Ye's forehead. Compared to Bai Lu's singing, Yan Miao's voice was undoubtedly more beautiful. It was obviously not because of her higher cultivation. Just like last time, Lu Yi felt his spirit tremble slightly, and then he felt like something had been opened. Yan Miao's voice sounded in his ear. Li Tai Bai, I'm Yan Miao. Lu Yi cupped his fists. Li Tai Bai greets fellow Taoist. When dealing with cultivators of the upper realm, if there was no special relationship, they could address each other as fellow Taoist. Of course, Lu Yi could also address him as senior. Although Yan Miao looked young, his cultivation base was there, so he must have lived for many years. Hearing Lu Yi call her fellow Taoist, Yan Miao did not mind and still smiled sweetly. I'll let you know. This time, I came here on the orders of my clan's queen. I want to make a deal with you. Formation plates? Lu Yi asked. After tasting the sweetness of the twin spirit-linked formation plate, the mermaid clan would definitely want more. This was within Lu Ye's expectations. After all, formation plates were not very sturdy things. He had just casually refined them, and they were easily damaged. Bai Lu had taken 50 of them back, but now, after the battle, there were only 20 left. More than half of them were damaged. Naturally, the mermaid clan wanted to store more in case of an emergency. This was a good thing for Lu Yi. Yes, we want to buy some formation plates from you. Yan Miao nodded. No problem. Lu Yi nodded. One hand for the money and the other for the goods. You can have as many as you want. Yan Miao's eyes lit up with joy. Things were going so smoothly, which was beyond her expectations. She changed the topic and said, In addition, my clan's queen would like to invite Little Friend to the Emperor's Snail Palace as a guest to thank Little Friend in person. Is it convenient for Little Friend? On the side, Bai Lu showed an expectant look. Lu Yi decisively shook his head. It's not convenient, not to mention that he still had to eat here. Even if he didn't, rashly entering the territory of a clan alone was not a wise move. If he stayed in this constellation hall, even if Rizhao came, he would not be able to do anything to him. Moreover, he only wanted to get some spirit crystals from the mermaid clan. Little Friend, do you have any concerns? Yan Miao obviously saw through Lu Ye's thoughts. If so, Little Friend can rest assured. She turned to look at the constellation hall and said, Since ancient times, there has never been a human in the divine temple. Little Friend, you are the first. I don't know how Little Friend came here, but since you are here, it means that Little Friend is a person favored by the divine temple. My mermaid clan does not dare to have any improper thoughts towards a person favored by the divine temple. Otherwise, we will be abandoned by the divine temple. If that is the case, then there will be no place for our clan in this vast 10,000 elephant sea. Divine temple? Lu Yi knew that the divine temple she spoke of referred to the constellation hall, but the mermaid clan was actually named after the divine temple, which obviously had some extraordinary significance. Yan Miao smiled. The various clans in the starry sky should not know the origin of the 10,000 elephant sea. Even the star beasts that have lived here for countless years do not know anything about it. However, my mermaid clan has extremely ancient records that the 10,000 elephant sea appeared because the divine temple was here. It was the divine temple that gathered an extremely large amount of starry sky energy to form this enormous 10,000 elephant sea. Therefore, the entire 10,000 elephant sea is under the protection and shroud of the divine temple. When she said this, Lu Yi was even more certain that the constellation halls had already spied on his secret of being able to move freely in the 10,000 elephant sea. My clan was originally cursed and can only survive in the 10,000 elephant sea. If we lose this place, then no matter how vast the starry sky is, what awaits my clan will be the fate of extinction. Yan Miao looked at Lu Yi again, the seductive look in her eyes gone. Therefore, no matter what, my clan will not dare to harm Little Friend. Little Friend, please rest assured. Chapter 1453. Yan Miao said that their clan was cursed. Lu Yi did not know what was going on and did not bother to find out. However, from Miao Yan's words, it could be seen that the Merfolk clan held the Constellation Palace in high esteem. Now that he had appeared here, they had regarded him as a person favored by the Constellation Palace. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to have any adverse thoughts. Lu Yi could not help but curse in his heart. What bullshit about being favored by the Constellation Palace. He was sent here by the Constellation Palace and could not even participate in the ranking battle. If the Constellation Palace really favored him, why would they send him here at this time? It could have been earlier or later. Yan Miao said sincerely, but Lu Yi really did not want to be a guest at the Emperor's Snail Palace. Just as he was about to shake his head to refuse, Yan Miao said, Guan, were you helping the shrine to remove the weeds? Maybe I can ask some of my clan members to help. It can be considered as a token of our appreciation for the shrine. Well, it's not impossible. Lu Yi only had one thing to worry about now, and that was whether the fire element treasure that he had spent 10 million spiritual jades to buy was enough. Because when he was removing weeds, the talent tree's fuel consumption was very serious. If this process was delayed too long, he might not have enough fire element treasures, and the talent tree would run out of fuel. Then he would not be able to go deeper into the Wanxiang Sea. It would be best if the mermaid clan could ask some people to help. But Lu Yi understood that this was obviously a condition. It was just that Yan Miao said it very tactfully. After pondering for a while, he realized that it would be inappropriate for him to refuse, since Yan Miao's attitude was so sincere. He nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll impose on you." Bai Lu was obviously very happy to see that he agreed. The group did not need to prepare anything, so they immediately embarked on the return journey. The mermaid clan all rode seahorses. There were no extra seahorses for Lu Yi to ride, so he could only ride with a male mermaid. He had to admit that the seahorse's speed in the Wanxiang Sea was much faster than his. On the way, he glanced at Bai Lu and saw that she was sitting on the seahorse with her body tilted. He was still wondering how Bai Lu, who only had a fishtail and no legs, would ride the horse. Now it seemed that he was thinking too much. Along the way, Lu Yi kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings. The 10,000 elephant sea was not peaceful. Previously, when he wanted to swim out, he encountered a sunshine star beast. However, even in the 10,000 elephant sea, there weren't many sunshine star beasts. Therefore, they didn't encounter any along the way. Instead, they encountered a Yao star beast. Miao Yan was obviously prepared for this. He took out a treasure that looked like a small conch, put it next to his mouth, and gently blew it. A dull sound came out, and Lu Yi could feel a strange power coming from the sound, but he couldn't tell what kind of power it was. Strangely enough, the moon jade star beast, which had been about to attack them, turned around and left when it heard the voice. Lu Yi clicked his tongue in wonder. He transmitted his voice to Bai Lu. "Since Elder Yan Miao has such a treasure, why were you attacked?" Lu Yi didn't know exactly what the conch's power was, but from the results, it was obvious that it had the ability to expel. Bai Lu replied, "Although Great Elder's conch of Dharma is miraculous, it can only be used against a single enemy. It can't be used against a large number of enemies." Lu Yi nodded, indicating that he understood. Along the way, he encountered all kinds of star beasts that lived in the depths of the 10,000 elephant sea. It was an eye-opener. He couldn't understand why there were so many star beasts in the depths of the 10,000 elephant sea. Why hadn't he heard of them before? He also hadn't seen any traces of them in the shallow waters. Before entering this place, he had only seen a type of white spirit. The habitat of the Merfolk clan wasn't far from the Constellation Palace. With the seahorse star beast swimming at full speed, they arrived in less than half a day. From afar, Lu Yi saw a dense light. In the pitch-black environment of the deep sea, this dense light was undoubtedly very conspicuous. He faintly felt that the light's color was somewhat familiar. A guess emerged in his mind, but he didn't dare to confirm it. It wasn't until he got closer that he realized that his guess was actually correct. His face was full of shock, because as far as the eye could see, what was emitting the dense light was actually a large, continuous spirit jade mine. Lu Yi was originally wondering where the Merfolk clan lived in the 10,000 elephant sea. Generally, star beasts didn't have the concept of habitat. They just followed the sea currents and made their home. However, the Merfolk clan obviously didn't do that. Now, he knew that they lived in such a spirit jade mine. The spirit jade vein was huge and continuous, like a coral reef that stretched as far as the eye could see. Within the vein, there were clusters of spirit jades. After tens of thousands of years, they had been molded into all kinds of strange shapes by the surging seawater. There were harmless fish swimming around in the holes, looking carefree. There were also mermaids that occasionally appeared, obviously on guard. However, when they saw Bai Lu and Yen Miao, they all bowed solemnly. Yen Miao smiled and said, "Little friend Tai Bai, there's no such scenery outside, right?" Lu Yi looked left and right and was dazzled. He nodded and said, "I didn't expect the territory of a noble clan to be so magnificent. It was indeed impossible to see such a scene outside, not to mention that there weren't any spirit jade mines that were born in such a special environment. Even if there were, they would have been mined out by cultivators long ago. On the contrary, there weren't too many traces of mining. The creator's uncanny workmanship seemed to have left marks here that would last for eternity. However, Lu Yi keenly sensed that there were traces of a great battle here. Clearly, they were left behind when the Merfolk clan's territory was invaded not long ago. Continuing forward, Lu Yi saw another spectacular scene a moment later. In the center of the spirit jade vein, there was a natural pit, and in the middle of the pit, there was a huge conch. Connecting this to the information he received earlier, Lu Yi guessed that this should be the Merfolk clan's conch palace. This place must also be the center of the Merfolk clan. Looking at it carefully, the conch's patterns were modeled, and there were traces of the passage of countless years. It was obviously not a living creature and had been dead for countless years. Even so, Lu Yi could feel a heavy aura from its body. If this thing was alive, it would at least be sunny. Outside the conch palace, there were strong male merfolk stationed. Bai Lu and Yen Miao led Lu Yi to the entrance below the conch palace and got off the seahorse star beast. The male merfolk stationed there saluted respectfully. Yen Miao said, "The queen of our clan is waiting for your arrival. Please come with me." Lu Yi naturally had no problem with it. Since he was here, he should pay a visit to the master of this place. But then again, the king of a clan. How majestic should she be? As Yen Miao and Bai Lu stepped into the conch palace together, Lu Yi clearly felt some strange energy fluctuations. The feeling was somewhat similar to the state when he activated the Void Spirit Mark. According to Tang Jun, this should be the fluctuation of the power of space. From the outside, the conch palace was not small, but when he really entered, he found that the space inside was even larger. Lu Yi immediately understood that this conch palace indeed had some mysterious power of space. There was a different world inside. There was no seawater inside the conch palace, just like the Constellation Palace. Lu Yi was slightly relieved, being surrounded by seawater all the time. The fuel of the talent tree was constantly being consumed. He really felt a little pained. The location where they appeared was a large hall that was connected to all four sides. There were male merfolk on duty in all four directions. Yen Miao gestured with his hand and led Lu Yi forward through the passage in front. Bai Lu followed beside him and said, "Li Tai Bai, don't be too surprised when you see the queen later." "Why?" Lu Yi was puzzled. From what she said, it seemed that she knew that once he saw their queen, he would definitely be surprised. You'll find out soon." Bai Lu didn't explain. Instead, she kept him in suspense. Lu Yi didn't want to get to the bottom of it. In any case, he would be able to see the queen's true appearance soon. After walking around for a while, they finally arrived outside a large hall. Lu Yi discovered one thing, that is, within the merfolk race, the status of men seemed to be lower, because along the way, the ones in charge of guarding were all male merfolk, and their king was also a woman. Lu Yi guessed that this race should be a rare race where women were respected. In the starry sky, there weren't many of these races, but there were still some. Outside the hall, Yen Miao led Lu Yi in. Lu Yi immediately felt a few gazes fall on him. He looked up and saw that there were two merfolk on each side of the spacious hall. There were 4 in total. Only one of them was a man, while the other 3 were all women. These 4 merfolk all exuded the aura of the Yu Jade realm. They were clearly cultivators of the Yu Jade realm. At the center of the hall, a small figure stood tall and upright. He wore a crown on his head and held a scepter-like object in his hand. He was standing by his side. The scepter was undoubtedly a little too long for her. When she stood next to the scepter, it was surprisingly much taller than her. The face under the crown was very young. Lu Yi finally understood why Bai Lu had warned him not to be too surprised when he saw the queen. The queen of the merfolk race was actually a child. From the looks of it, she was clearly only about 10 years old. Of course, the growth of the merfolk race was different from that of the human race. Perhaps she was more than 10 years old, but it was obvious that she hadn't grown up yet. When Lu Yi heard that Bai Lu was the princess of the merfolk race, he thought that since the queen was Bai Lu's mother, she would definitely be a married woman. He didn't expect her to be a child. What kind of relationship was this? Her clear eyes reflected the same color as Bai Lu's eyes. There was also a hint of confusion, but her small body was still trying to maintain the majesty of a queen. Lu Yi met her eyes and saw the curiosity in her eyes. Yan Miao bowed. Your Majesty, the most honorable guest of our race, has arrived. Chapter 1454. Inside the hall, Lu Yi greeted the mermaid queen's curious gaze and saluted. Li Taibai of the human race greets the queen. He didn't know what kind of etiquette was required to meet the queen of a race, but it was enough. Lu Yi couldn't understand the queen's childish voice. The mermaid's language was full of ups and downs, and it sounded like singing to his ears. Although he couldn't understand it, it was still pleasant to listen to. Yan Miao explained, the queen said that it was all thanks to you that we were able to win this war. She is very happy that you can come to Huangluo Palace as a guest. During your stay in Huangluo Palace, except for a few forbidden areas, you can go anywhere you want. If you have any needs, just say the word, and our race will do our best to satisfy you. Lu Yi nodded. Thank you for your kindness, Queen. The Queen spoke again, and after a while Yan Miao explained. The Queen said that she wants to buy more of those formation discs from you. In addition, she also wants you to help her inscribe those special patterns on more of her people. Our race will pay you a certain amount. She was probably referring to the void inscriptions. Among the mermaids, only the queen had a storage treasure. Lu Yi had helped Bai Lu inscribe the void inscriptions, which undoubtedly made it convenient for them. Lu Yi was extremely straightforward. No problem. When he saw the large spiritual jade vein on his way here, he couldn't resist the temptation. However, the spiritual jade vein was ultimately the habitat of the mermaids, so it wasn't convenient for him to mine it. If it was a transaction, then it wouldn't be a problem. With his previous experience, Lu Yi already felt the generosity of the mermaids, and this race was obviously the kind that didn't lack money. This trip was worth it. The queen said a few more words, and Yan Miao explained as usual. Esteemed guest, please rest first. Our race will make some arrangements, and we will discuss the transaction in detail with you. Lu Yi bowed to the queen one last time before leaving. Yan Miao didn't leave. This time it was Bai Lu who led him. After leaving the hall, Lu Yi was rather curious. Bai Lu, what's your relationship with the queen? Bai Lu replied with a smile. She's my younger sister. Sure enough. No wonder there were traces of Bai Lu on the queen's young face. It turned out that they were sisters. According to Lu Ye's observation, the queen's strength was not as strong as Bai Lu's, but somehow she was the queen while Bai Lu was just a princess. Lu Yi was not interested in prying too deeply into other people's family matters. Following Bai Lu, he arrived in front of a room. This was clearly the residence that had been arranged for him. Bai Lu said, "You rest first. I'll be right outside the door. If you need anything, just call me." Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, "Let's walk around." He didn't need any rest. Moreover, it was rare for him to come to such a place. There was no harm in walking around and broadening his horizons. Bai Lu nodded immediately and smiled playfully. "I'll listen to you. During your stay in the Huang Luo Palace, I will be your attendant." Saying so, she took Lu Yi to wander around. While Lu Yi was following Bai Lu around, several elders of the Merfolk clan were gathered in the main hall. However, the queen left. For the current merfolk clan, the queen was just a symbol. Although her status was supreme because of her age and cultivation, in fact, all kinds of important matters in the clan were discussed and handled together by several elders. The few people that Lu Yi had seen in the main hall before were all elders of the merfolk clan, including the great elder Yan Miao. There were a total of 5 elders. The guest has been invited. Let's talk about what to do next. Yan Miao said. She was the great elder in the clan except for the queen, and by Lu, she had the highest status. The second elder was also a female merfolk. She said, according to the ancient records in the clan, the key to our clan's removal of the curse lies in the temple. However, for so many years, there has been no abnormalities in the temple. This time, a human suddenly appeared. Obviously, he is not ordinary. Therefore, I think that this person may have something to do with our clan's removal of the curse. The third elder nodded and said, since he is a person favored by the temple, he must have something extraordinary. I agree with the second elder's opinion. Perhaps the task of getting rid of the curse will really fall on this human. Therefore, no matter what, we must have a good relationship with him. Lu Yi only thought that the merfolk clan was generous. Previously, he had given Bai Lu 50 array discs, and she had brought back so many spirit crystals. However, in fact, it was not only the merfolk clan that was generous. Part of the reason was that the array discs had helped the merfolk clan resolve a disaster. Another part of the reason was that the merfolk clan was looking forward to the first human to appear in the temple in tens of thousands of years. But how can we establish a good relationship with him? The fourth elder was the only male mermaid. The human race is greedy and cunning. Our race has fallen into such a situation because of the human race. We don't know what kind of temperament this human has, whether he can be trusted or not. He turned his head and looked at Yan Miao. Great elder, you have been in contact with him. What do you think of his temperament? Is there anything we can use to our advantage? Yan Miao carefully recalled the bits and pieces of their contact with Lu Yi and slowly said, to be favored by the temple, he is naturally not an ordinary person. This young man is not old, but his cultivation is not weak. I estimate that he will be a good seedling on the side of the human race. Moreover, I can see that he is very interested in our spirit jade lode. When he came over, he kept looking at the spirit jade lode. The fifth elder was the youngest. Hearing this, he smiled and said, the human race has been greedy since ancient times. Not to mention him. Even if Rizhao came here, he would probably take a few more glances at the spirit jade lode. The third elder said, since he is greedy, can't we start from this aspect? Don't we want to make a deal with him? Just give him more spirit jades. Yan Miao shook her head. Relationships based on interests are the strongest and the weakest. We can certainly give him more spirit jades, but if he only wants to earn spirit jades from our clan, our relationship will never be able to go any further. The fifth elder smiled faintly. I understand what great elder means. Since we can't use interests to tie him down, we can only take another path. The others looked at her curiously. The fifth elder said, in addition to being greedy, the human race is also lecherous. Our clan doesn't have many things, but we have many beauties. Moreover, to the human race, our clan's beauties have a different style. He is still young and is in the prime of his life. We only need to tease him a little, and how can he resist? The several elders couldn't help but fall silent. To be honest, they were somewhat repulsed by the fifth elder's proposal. According to ancient records, the merfolk clan was noble and holy. When did they ever need to use such despicable means? However, if they really wanted to establish a strong relationship with an unfamiliar human in a short period of time, this method was undoubtedly convenient and fast. If the human was really old and experienced, the merfolk clan definitely wouldn't have such an idea. However, young lads fell for this trick the most. The fifth elder continued, moreover, the human race places great importance on matters of chastity. Therefore, We only need to find a pure female clan member and talk to him about feelings. This way, he will have a fetter in the clan. When the time comes, we can slowly get in touch with him and naturally make him submit. Moreover, don't forget that he is all alone in the temple. Don't tell me he doesn't want to live a lively life. If we open our arms and accept him, he shouldn't be repulsed. After all, in this vast Wanxiang Sea, other than our Merfolk clan, the only intelligent race he can come into contact with is us. After a pause, the fifth elder continued, "Let's not talk about this first. Even if this person isn't the key to solving the curse, from the various abilities he has shown before, if we can let him stay in the clan, it will be of great benefit to our clan." Whether it was the array disc or the inscriptions, they had brought great changes to the Merfolk race, and this was only what they could understand. Only God knew what else they didn't understand. What other mystical aspects did the human named Li Taibai have? Such a human, not to mention the Merfolk clan trapped in the Wanxiang Sea. Even if any other race in the starry sky saw him, they would definitely be thirsty for such a talent. Yen Miao had been hesitating. After hearing this, she finally made up her mind and nodded. The fifth elder is right. But if we really have to do this, who should we choose? The fifth elder covered her mouth and laughed. Everyone says that we need a pure female clan member. I definitely can't do it. As for you, great elder, you can't do it either. Yen Miao couldn't help but glare at her. The second elder said he is a person favored by the temple, and we have to rely on him to solve the problem of the curse. Therefore, the candidate must not be of too low status. Otherwise, it will easily give him the feeling that we don't take him seriously. When the time comes, if he has a grudge against our clan, the gains will not make up for the losses. The third elder said unhurriedly, "So there is only one candidate." The queen was too young, and even if she reached the age, she was not suitable to do this kind of thing. Princess Bai Lu was just right. Yen Miao revealed an awkward expression. The fifth elder looked at her. "Great elder, if you don't want to tell the princess, I will do it. I think with the princess's temperament, she will definitely not refuse." Of course, Yen Miao knew that Bai Lu would not refuse, as long as it was something beneficial to the clan, even if it went against her own principles. She would do it. However, Yen Miao had watched Bai Lu grow up. Before she truly understood Bai Lu, asking her to do this kind of thing would make Bai Lu feel uneasy. What if she pushed Bai Lu into a fire pit? In the ancient records of the clan, there were not many words of praise for the human race. What represented the human race were all greed, cunning, greed, lust, betrayal. There were so many races in the universe, and all of them were basically united against the outside world. Only the human race was constantly fighting among themselves. "I will go and tell the princess myself." Yan Miao finally made up her mind. She could not leave this matter to others. Lu Yi followed Bai Lu around for half a day before returning. Although the scenery in the spiritual jade mine was colorful, it was nothing after seeing it for a long time. The key was that the spiritual jade mine was so big that they could only see it, but not touch it. This was very uncomfortable, so they might as well not see it. Chapter 1455. In the guest room that the mermaid clan had arranged for Lu Yi, he sat quietly and activated the power of the talent tree to deduce the concealment spirit tattoos. During this period of time, when he was helping the Constellation Hall to weed, he was also multitasking to deduce the spirit tattoos. This took a long time, so the sooner he started, the better. The ghost tattoos that he observed from Ghost Spirit had a great effect on this deduction. In the process of deduction, all kinds of strange ideas kept flashing in his mind, changing the arrangement and structure of some of the yin and yang elements in the concealment spirit tattoos. The progress was quite smooth, and Lu Yi estimated that this deduction might not take as long as half a year. This made him more interested in the aura concealing ghost tattoos on Ghost Spirit. It was a pity that he didn't see it last time, and he wouldn't have a chance in the future. There was a knock on the door. Lu Yi looked up and activated his divine thought. He sensed Bai Lu's aura outside and said, "Come in." The door was opened, and Bai Lu walked in with a tray in her hand, her fishtail swaying. She raised it a little high, so Lu Yi couldn't see what was on the tray. He asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Bai Lu smiled and explained. "The elders said that if you humans have guests, you will usually hold a welcome dinner for them. So they asked me to come over and make it up to you." Saying so, she placed the tray in her hand on the table. Only then did Lu Yi see clearly that the tray was filled with slices of jade white meat. She didn't know what kind of star beast it was, but there was also a wine pot and 2 wine cups. Lu Yi was a little curious. In such an environment, star beast meat was easy to get. So how did the mermaid clan make wine? There didn't seem to be any conditions for making wine here. He stood up and walked to the table. He picked up the wine pot, opened it, and sniffed it. Sure enough, there was a strong fragrance of wine. Under the influence of third senior brother Li Baxian and Pu Ku, he also occasionally drank wine. Just by smelling the wine, he knew that it was good wine. Bai Lu had already introduced the origin of the meat to Lu Yi. It really came from a star beast that lived under the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Bai Lu said that it was a star beast called Jade Shark. Lu Yi had never seen it before, but according to Bai Lu, it was extremely rare even in the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Its meat was very tender and sweet, a rare delicacy. As for this wine pot, it was personally brewed by the previous queen. It had been kept for many years in the mermaid clan, and it was not used easily. After the introduction, Bai Lu gestured, "Try it." Lu Yi took a deep look at her, then sat down expressionlessly. She reached out and picked up a piece of meat, then placed it in her mouth and chewed carefully. Sure enough, it was as Bai Lu had said, the meat was tender and sweet. What was rare was that this thing contained an extremely pure and enormous amount of energy. Like Bai Ling, it belonged to the kind of meat that not only had great edible value, it could also be used to refine pills. If it was placed outside, it would definitely be fought over by cultivators, and its value would definitely be greater than Bai Ling's. He immersed his consciousness into his talent tree, but there was no movement at all. There was nothing wrong with the meat. Bai Lu poured the wine and placed a cup in front of Lu Yi. She also poured a cup for herself. Looking at the wine in the cup, a look of reminiscence flashed across her eyes. She seemed to be a little sad. Lu Yi remembered that she said that the wine was personally brewed by the previous queen. Since Bai Lu was a princess, then the previous queen must be her mother. He faintly guessed that the reason Bai Lu was sad was probably because she thought of her mother. Bai Lu raised the wine cup in her hand and looked at Lu Yi with a smile. "Li Tai Bai, thank you for coming. Even more, thank you for the help you provided to my clan." Lu Yi said indifferently, "That was just an exchange." Bai Lu insisted, "Even so, if it weren't for your help, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the enemy so easily. More of our clansmen would have died." Saying this, she finished the wine in the cup. Lu Yi lowered his eyes slightly and looked at the wine cup in front of him. He also picked it up and drank it. There was still nothing wrong with the talent tree. Was he thinking too much? But Bai Lu obviously didn't seem right this time. Although she concealed the unnaturalness of her expression very well, it couldn't escape Lu Ye's observation. Moreover, she didn't dare to look at his eyes at all, as if she was avoiding something. Eating a piece of meat and drinking a mouthful of wine, Bai Lu was a lively person. At this moment, she also opened her mouth and chatted with Lu Yi. But what made Lu Yi feel a little speechless was that after a few cups of wine, Bai Lu's small face turned red, and her eyes were obviously a little hazy and drunk. She, a late-stage constellation cultivator, was actually drunk. This was simply a strange story. But considering that this wine was brewed by her mother, it wasn't difficult to understand that she was reluctant to use her power to dissolve the alcohol. Suddenly, Bai Lu said, "I want to sing." Lu Yi nodded. "I'm all ears." She sang as she spoke, and a mellow and melodious voice came out from Bai Lu's mouth. It wasn't thought resonance, and Bai Lu used the merfolk language, so Lu Yi naturally couldn't understand. But Lu Yi felt an extremely strong sense of nostalgia from the song. As she sang, Bai Lu's eyes reddened and tears streamed down her face. Lu Yi didn't disturb her and just listened quietly. But gradually, Lu Yi noticed that something was wrong, because the song, which was originally full of nostalgia, had at some point become weeping and complaining, as if a woman living alone in her boudoir was pouring out her longing for her lover. The song didn't have any decadent sound, and was still so mellow and gentle. Lu Yi, on the other hand, felt a restlessness in her body that was itching to give it a try, and a nameless fire rose in her lower abdomen. Every time the song rose and fell, it was like a basin of oil was poured on this fire. He had been paying attention to the talent tree's movements, but until now the talent tree hadn't reacted at all. He was secretly surprised. The song of the merfolk was really mysterious, and even the talent tree couldn't restrain it. But then again, the talent tree could only restrain things that invaded his body and were harmful to him. The song was invisible, so the talent tree really couldn't restrain it. Bai Lu's eyes were still slightly red, but it was obvious that there was no longer the sadness and nostalgia from before. Instead, there was a hint of charm. Her singing continued, and her eyes stared straight at Lu Yi, the charm in her eyes almost condensing into water. Not only that, but her body also exuded a strange fragrance. That fragrance entered Lu Ye's nose, increasing the reaction of the nameless fire in his lower abdomen. Although Lu Yi wasn't a saint among men, and he would still take a second look at beautiful women when he saw them, especially those with strong capital, he was still a man with extraordinary willpower. But at this moment, he faintly felt that he couldn't resist. A soft, boneless little hand suddenly climbed up his neck. It was Bai Lu who had leaned over at some point, nestling her head against his chest. Her other hand was wrapped around his neck, and her fishtail was entwined around him, rubbing against him restlessly. The scales on her fishtail seemed to have a life of their own, gently trembling. Lu Ye's nose was filled with a delicate fragrance, and Bai Lu's hair tickled his face, nose, and heart. He suddenly raised his hand, and with his fingers like a knife, he fiercely chopped Bai Lu's slender neck. Bai Lu seemed to have been struck by lightning, and her gentle singing disappeared. Dizzily, she raised her head to look at Lu Yi, and then fell asleep on him. With a bang, the door was knocked open, and a slender figure instantly rushed in. It was the great elder of the merfolk clan, Yen Miao. Looking up, she was dumbfounded for a moment, because the scene in front of her was completely different from what she had expected. Lu Yi was still sitting in front of the table. He grabbed the wine cup in front of him and slowly took a sip, staring coldly at Yen Miao, who had barged in. Yen Miao was clearly a Yu Yao, but under the gaze of Lu Yi, who was a constellation, Yen Miao inexplicably felt a little nervous. She secretly thought that she really couldn't do anything against her conscience. She hurriedly said, "Young friend, my clan has no ill intentions towards you." "I know." Lu Yi put down the wine cup. Although he didn't know why the merfolk clan was doing this, he could still sense whether or not they had any ill intentions. If he hadn't resisted just now, the one who would have suffered a loss wouldn't have been him. Back in Fengsuan Mountain of the dwarf clan, he really couldn't resist Su Yuqing. After all, she was a sunshine, and she could do whatever she wanted with him. But here, as long as he could maintain a trace of clarity, he wouldn't let her have her way. It was very likely that the merfolk clan was doing this to win him over, but the price they had to pay was a little high. As for why they wanted to win him over, Lu Yi guessed that it was related to some of the abilities he had displayed before, or perhaps there were other reasons he didn't know. Miao Yen opened her mouth, as if wanting to explain something, but in the end she sighed and said sorry. In the end, the merfolk clan had done something wrong, and they had to admit their mistakes. But then again, it was rare for them to be able to maintain their rationality under Bai Lu's singing. Miao Yen originally persuaded Bai Lu to use this method to deal with Lu Yi, so she felt a little guilty towards Bai Lu, but now it seemed that Bai Lu had missed something. She stepped forward and carried the unconscious Bai Lu over from Lu Yi. Then, she turned around and walked towards the door. Lu Ye's voice came from behind her. Arrange the transaction as soon as possible. I'll be right there. Miao Yen paused for a moment and said, then quickly left. After leaving the guest room, Miao Yen didn't walk far before sighing, I've made you suffer. Bai Lu, who was in her arms and should have been unconscious, slowly opened her eyes and slowly shook her head, her face red. She didn't suffer, but it was a little embarrassing. For better or worse, she was a late-stage Constellation Realm cultivator and a member of the Merfolk clan. So how could she be so easily knocked out by Lu Ye's palm strike? She just reacted quickly and pretended to be unconscious. Lu Yi actually felt it too, but since she was pretending to be unconscious to avoid embarrassment, she couldn't expose her. That would really be awkward. Miao Yen put Bai Lu down and said, go back and rest. Bai Lu nodded and quickly left. Miao Yen sighed softly as she watched her leave. This method didn't work, which was both a good and bad thing. However, Miao Yen wasn't in a hurry. Since Li Tai Bai had come to the temple, it wouldn't be easy for him to leave. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. So she wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, in this Wan Xiangxi, the only intelligent race he could come into contact with was the Merfolk clan. So no matter what, he was set on becoming the son-in-law of the Merfolk clan.